sit. Thank you so much for joining us this morning on the last day of a convention. I know that this could either feel really great or really intimidating depending on how your body is already feeling at the end of a long weekend convention. So I really appreciate that all of you are willing to come out and try something different at a con. I usually start off this workshop by telling you a little bit about myself before I ask for you to trust me with your bodies. I feel like it's only fair if I'm a little vulnerable with all of you before I ask you to do that. So that you know a little bit about me and where I'm coming from, I started off actually as a New York City public school teacher, and I was a dance, PE, and health teacher for 5 years before burning out in a fiery glory like many young professionals have that go into teaching these days. But my story in getting there was that I wasn't sure what I wanted to do with my life, and it took me 5 majors and going to 3 different colleges by the time I got my Bachelor's of Science degree in physical education. And then I went right into grad school and got my Master's of Science in Education and Health Education. So that's a little bit of my background and how I'm trained to help people move their bodies. And if you're skeptical of people who do that, understandably so, considering everything that you've probably seen on the internet. From then, I became a family planning health educator after I left teaching, and during all of that time, I was creating Geek Girl Strong, which is the community that I founded in 2015. People ask, like, how'd you come up with the name? How did you start doing this stuff at conventions? And really, I have to thank my middle schoolers that I taught. When I was teaching 6th through 12th graders in both PE, dance, and health, I realized that when 7th graders would come back the summer after 6th grade, they went from like tiny little elementary school babies to 7th graders, right? Like what and who 7th graders are. And I found that especially with my students who were being raised to be young women in this world, that they seemed to feel that they had to choose a path at this point. And there were typically 3 big boxes. One was the tomboy who was still gonna kick butt at kickball. The other one was the pretty sociable girl who now walked into PE and said, Miss Warren, I don't change and I don't sweat. Right? Like, I am here to be seen. And then there was also my very bookish, maybe more quiet student who would rather sit on their floor spot, take a 0 in the bleachers to not change so that they could continue reading their manga. And they seemed to think they had to choose out of the 3. There was nothing in between. You had to be one of those kids. And I saw that in my male students as well, but for some reason, when it came to PE in particular, there was a particular divide among my girl students. And as I am an unassuming PE teacher, I don't quite look like the ones on TV. I was coming from an immigrant background on my mom's side. I'm first generation. Neither one of my parents have a bachelor's degree. And I was teaching in Washington Heights in New York City where a lot of kids saw themselves in me. And I would say things like, all right, this is the one time a year that I'm calling out from work. I'm gonna be at New York Comic Con. What comic books do you want? And then I would say, if you lead the class in stretches, I will give you the comic book. Or if you participate today, I will let you make a list of your 12 best anime recommendations that you want for me to watch. See how that worked out for me? 7th graders love that kind of stuff. So I continued doing that, and then I would teach them in PE, telling them a little bit more about myself, asking like, oh yeah, I went to New York Comic Con, and then I went to the gym. Want to see my 200-pound deadlift? And the kids would be like, what is happening? And during this time, I realized that it wasn't just my kids who were reacting that way. I started going to a meetup group called Geek Girl Brunch. And they actually do have a chapter here in Philly, but the original chapter was in New York, where I'm from. And as I was explaining how instead of playing Steal the Bacon, we would call it the Hunger Games. And that instead of just getting numbers, all the kids had districts. And then instead of it just being a bowling pin, it was the cornucopia. And that I would use that in order to get my kids to feel more involved. A lot of the people at Geek Girl Brunch would say, You know, if you were my PE teacher, I might have not hated it so much, which is the biggest compliment that I could ever get as a physical educator. And that's when they would say rather, but do you train adults? And I would say, I don't, but I can. And that's literally how Geek Girl Strong got its start. I would barter with the people at Geek Girl Brunch for services and started health coaching them. And then from there, instead of just being like, well, I have a master's degree, I can do this, in order to combat imposter syndrome, I've collected like at least 5 different certifications. So I'm also a certified health coach, I'm a certified nutrition coach, I'm an accredited pole dance instructor. There are other things that I can't think of off the top of my head. My mom would be upset that I'm not telling you about them, but they're there. So that is where I am coming from when I'm teaching you. But why come to conventions? I think it's because I want to be able to bring health and wellness to people who maybe haven't felt welcome in it for their entire lives from PE onward. We expect for people to be able to learn in this big PE. In New York, it's 1 to 50. 1 teacher to 50 children. How can people best learn in that environment? So instead of expecting for people to come into an feeling unsafe environment, I decided maybe we should bring it to the people. And I think that's the best way that I can be of service, being the weird athlete that I was. So now that you know a little bit about me and my hopes to help you redefine what the word exercise has to mean, I want to know a little bit about you all. So my first question, just raise of hands, is how many of you feel that you, on average, spend 3 hours a day seated? 4? 5 or more? Someone's raising their hand if they walk in. 6 or more? 7 or more? 8? 9? 10? 11 hours a day? Excellent. Anything more than that is literally half of a day. So we'll stop there. So many of you spend almost half of your day seated, which is not atypical for our lifestyles these days, especially after the last few years and what we all experienced. So I wanted to create something actually with the help of one of my clients originally who brought this idea up to me, who's a comic book artist and creator, and said, all these things that you're teaching me, people could really use this. So that's where Wellness for Geeks Who Sit came from, or where it came from. And today, we are going to be doing a bunch of movements. I'm mostly going to be sitting in the chair, not pacing back and forth nervously. And I'm going to try my best to remember at some point to move my chair onto this side to ensure that you all can see some of it too. My only ask is that you participate to the best of your abilities. You hold your questions to the end. One more thing that I actually forgot that I like to mention is that I taught adaptive PE, which is when a group of students is usually pulled from the original PE class because they have different physical abilities. So that being said, I really pride myself on offering modifications or variations on movement so that everyone can find movement that works for them. I'll try to include a lot of them here today. But if I've missed anything that's more applicable to you, feel free to ask me at the end how you could change that in some way, and I'll try my best to address it if I haven't already. I just want to make sure that people know that it's okay to ask that and that I encourage it. It's like a little puzzle to me to figure it out for you, so I like the challenge. Cool. If you see me looking at my phone, I'm simply looking at my notes to make sure that I don't forget anything for all of you. All right, the last question I have for you is, if you had to guess, if you don't have like one of these nifty things, how many of you get about 10,000 steps a day? Outside of con life, this is not regular life. Great, so you might have heard, like they keep saying over and over again, get 10,000 steps to be healthier, right? And that would be great if that was, reachable for all of us, and it's simply not for many of us. As someone who lived in New York City and now I'm living in Philly, I see that the culture is totally different, right? The culture of walking, the culture of driving is entirely different. Me, being born and raised in New York City, it's very different. We walk everywhere. We get lots of steps constantly by accident. But what I want to remind everyone of is that one step is better than zero. Every single step that you take is a step towards better health. It doesn't have to mean that you're taking 10,000 steps. So that's why I like to show you that we can actually get in a little bit of movement in your seat. One thing that I will suggest, and I'm glad that you all were encouraged to come up a little bit close, is that there are going to be some movements that we do like this. Exactly, yeah, you knew. So what I would suggest is, if you want to stay by the people that you know, is to make windows. If you've ever been in chorus or dance class or anything like that, you'll know what windows are. It simply means that one person is a little bit forward and another person sits or stays back. So if you'd like to stay close to someone without having to move seats, I would just suggest one person moves up to the edge of their seat and then the other person stays back. Other than that, we should be pretty good to go. I've done this a few times that I know how convention seating typically works. Awesome. All right, we are going to start with your upper body, and we're going to warm up your arms. So we are going to start off with punches. And I am not a boxing coach. I don't care that much about your form. What I do want for you to pay attention to is not locking out your elbow. That's the only thing that I want for you to do for safety's sake. So instead of having a super straight elbow, I want for you to keep what are called soft elbows. So can you see how I gently, boop, right? So if you throw your hand out, you're just not extending it completely. It's just staying close, right? We are going to start off with front jabs. So that also means if there is someone right in front of you, please don't start a fight. Because safety first when it comes to PE, and I don't want someone in my audience to suddenly, like, do one of those, right? Oh. If you didn't hear, they said we put the con in concussion. Please don't do that. I would like for PAX to welcome me back to their shows. All right, so I want for you to make a little box in front of your face, just like that. So this would be protecting yourself, right? If you were to be boxing, it's a very simple, just little thing to keep yourself safe. Then you are going to throw a punch forward with soft elbows. Excellent, bring it back. Then you're gonna do the other side and bring it back. Excellent. The rest of it, do what you will. We are gonna do 10 of these together. And as much as I'm talking, I actually don't like hearing myself talk all the time. That's why I was a PE teacher. So what I would love is when we're counting, is if you would help me count so that I'm not talking the whole time. All right? Ready? We're gonna do 10. Go. 1. Beautiful. You have begun. Next up, we are going to punch overhead. So you're going to take that same shape, and we're going to punch the ceiling straight above our head, straightening out your arm as much as you can and as safely as you can be. And we're going to do 10 of those. Ready? Good. Begin. 1. Brilliant. Now we're going to remix it. You are going to do 2 forward, 2 up. For some people, that's going to feel a little bit like this. And that's okay. If you mess up, just keep going. That is the biggest rule of performing on a stage. If you've never been a dancer or anything, no one knows what you're doing. Do something. Now we're going to do 20 punches. Ready? Begin. Brilliant. Round of applause for all of you for doing that. Great job. Next up, we're going to be doing some little circles. And we're going to bring our arms out, creating little daggers on the end, or if you like a little bit less of the ultraviolence, wands. Yeah, you can figure out your spacing. Now's a good time. And we're going to do, exactly, little circles, really, really small ones. You can go forward or back. We're going to do both. Don't worry. Imagine that you're either churning something, creating a spell, or like stabbing someone really weird. And you're just going forward. Keep going. We're almost there. Little circles, whatever feels right to your body, and bring it back. Or forward if you were going back in the first place. Little circles. Are you starting to feel your shoulders warm up at all? Good, keep going. Let's bring it back forward. Good, yes, some people are like, good job. Bring it back. Almost there. The spell has been cast to relax your arms. If you feel the little burning here, you can squeeze yourself a little bit. Something to know about the human body is that touch receptors move faster than pain ones. So if you've ever banged your toe and grabbed it, it's usually your brain being like, help me. Or if mommy kissed a boo-boo and you were like, why did that help? That tends to be why. Next up, we are going to use our hand muscles and our forearm muscles. So I'd like for you to bring your hands up in the air. Excellent. Bring your fingers out nice and wide and open and close really fast. Hello. Hi, everyone. Excellent. Keep going. We're going to do this for about 10 seconds here, and this is going to look different for different people, and that's okay. Now you're going to bring them out to the side and drop the mic. Keep dropping that mic. Good. Excellent. Are you laughing because you're like, oh no? And bring them down to your sides and do the same thing, just like that. Excellent. Very good, everybody. Keep it going. About 5 more seconds here. Bring them back out. Drop the mic. Drop the mic. Wide hands into fists. Wide hands into fists. Bring them up above your head. Excellent. We're almost there, I swear. And relax. You may have started feeling the muscles in here and in your hands, which are very good muscles to work out if you are someone who is using your hands a lot for anything like your job or your hobbies. We cannot strengthen joints on their own without surgical means or things like that, but we can strengthen the muscles that support our joints. That's why very often, if you've ever been in PT or physical therapy, if you have a knee injury, they do a lot of work on your quads, your hamstrings, your calves, your shins, because they can't really change your joint, but the muscles that support that joint can become stronger to make the joint feel better and well supported. Same thing goes for your wrists. Also, now you just learned a very good skill for pole dancing. I mean, if you didn't realize, like, it's really hard to hold on to something vertical. You have to be very strong in your grip. So what we just did is actually a really good warm-up for your grip. Awesome. Next up, we're going to teach you something about how you can be on your hands. So a lot of people experience a lot of wrist pain or sensitivity, especially when they try to do things like push-ups or even hold a plank, and they're like, oh, I can't do it, my wrist just really hurt. One big tip that I can give you for that is to use your hands in the way that we just did, but if you're against the wall, you would just kind of look like this. Or if you're against the floor, you would grip the floor. So I want for you all to take your hands, just like that, excellent. And I want for you to just press your fingertips exactly against each other. And you should feel like your hand muscles and your forearm muscles have engaged in what you're doing. Now relax them. Do that one more time. Flex. Yes, and relax. One more time. Grip. And relax. Excellent. Shake it out. And now we're just going to do some rolls to open up our wrists. So you can interlock your fingers. If you can bring your elbows together, different bodies will be able to do different things. And then we're going to roll. Excellent. Make it as big as you can, though. Like, not like, woo. Make a really big circle. Kind of like getting all the peanut butter out the jar. Yeah, that was good, right? You understood what I meant. And switch it the other way if you haven't already. Me too. Oh, yeah. And relax. That's a very good point. Everyone was like, it's snap, crackle, and popping in here. And, you know, we're all just one day away from arthritis. Every day, we're all just a little bit closer. Unfortunately, that's what happens as we age. I had a birthday this week. Like, I'm feeling it, right? We all, oh, thank you. If you ask me later, I'll tell you how old I am. This is like being streamed, I don't know. Next up, we're gonna talk about what a lot of people come to these things for. We're gonna talk about posture. Because when you hear, I just wanna pause here really quickly. Every single time I've done this workshop, I say the word posture and this happens. It never fails. I didn't teach you anything. And you were like, I am here. I'm ready. So we are going to talk about posture because when you hear wellness for anyone who sits, very often we think about this, right? And One of the many reasons why I like teaching this is because OTs, PTs are all coming up with these different names for this posture. They even have a name for it called eye hunch. And they're starting to see it in people as young as high schoolers for very good reason. If you've seen a teenager, this is their natural habitat at this point, right? So we are going to talk about a few different things to help you with your core muscles, which is all of this around your midsection here, as well as just how to kind of be aware of how it is that you're sitting. So let's start off with cat-cows. If you've ever done yoga, you've probably done this before. Many times we'll do this in a tabletop position or on hands and knees on the floor, but it's actually really great to do it seated in a chair. So I want for you to bring your ankles about right underneath your knees, hands on the front of your knees if you can reach. Excellent. Some of you are already getting ready. I like it. And from here, I want for you to very gently pull the front of your knees so that you can pull your chest towards me. And if it feels comfortable, you're going to send your head back. Take a deep breath here. And then as you breathe out, squeeze your tummy, push your spine towards the back of your chair. Breathe in, bring your chest forward towards me. Breathe out, scrunch and push away. Excellent. Do that one more time. Breathe in, bring your chest, open it up. And then scrunch it and push it all out. Beautiful. So now you know how your spine can move forward and back. You feel that most human spines have the ability to do this movement. From there, we're going to use a few different things to notice what is happening in our bodies. First up, I want for you to check in with your shoulders. And a lot of you did this already. So what I would like for you to try this time is sending your shoulders up to your ears, send them back to the back of the room, send them down your back. Excellent. If you notice, this opens up your chest like you're very proud, right? Now relax. Let's do that again. Up, back, down. We didn't change anything, but you might be able to feel your shoulder blades are working a little bit in the back there. Your chest feels more open, which can actually make it easier to breathe in this position as well. And that's where we're going to start. From there, I want you to pretend like you're a puppet, and there is a string going to the ceiling that has just pulled you up. Whoop. Excellent, good. From here, I want for you to notice if your ribs have started pointing out because your chest is proud, and I want you to pull your lower ribs to your hips. From here, it might feel like you're bracing for a punch, and that is very natural. This is actually the feeling that you want when you're doing abdominal workouts. You want to engage your muscle first to protect your lower back, to get the most out of it, and then do the workout. Relax. Yeah, I know. Let's try that again. We're going to pull your shoulders up, back, down. Pull yourself up to the ceiling. Pull your ribs down. Brace for a punch. Excellent. Now you can relax. I'm going to explain the next thing. I'm going to move over here just to give our friends on this side of the room a little bit of love. The next part that I've realized that a lot of people don't really think about, so we did all of this upper body stuff, is we don't think about what's happening down here. And very often, we sit like this. We sit like sad puppies with tails between our legs. Yes, you are a sad puppy. So what I want to do is turn all of you, I was looking at that puppy right there. Oh boy, it's very tempting. What I want to turn you all into are happy puppies. So what I want for you to think about is that cat-cow we did just now, and how every time you did this, your pelvis, that big bone right here that's like circular, was doing this, was tilting. And we're going to talk about pelvic tilt. So our pelvis is tilted in like a sad puppy when we sit most of the time. If I don't do anything else that we just did, but I turn myself into a happy puppy, watch what happens. I did nothing else. I didn't change my shoulders. I didn't reach myself to the ceiling. I'm going to do it again. It's like a Mario. So now we're going to do that for all of you. Sad puppy, happy puppy. Ooh. Sad puppy, happy puppy. Ooh. One more time, sad puppies, happy puppies. Excellent. You have now taken Twerking 101. You are welcome. You now have multiple skills to go home with. You can thank everyone who knows you. I like to mix in a little bit of the pole dancing, you know. All right, now we're going to mix all of that together. Ready? Shoulders up, back, and down. Up to the ceiling. Ribs down, bracing for a punch. Happy puppy. This should feel different for most humans. It might feel slightly uncomfortable. That's okay. It shouldn't feel painful. If it is painful, then make slight adjustments. Like I said, everyone's body is a little bit different. Relax. Let's do that one more time on your own without the prompts. 1, 2, 3. Excellent. From here, we are going to do a little bit of ab work in your chair. We're going to start off. If you want, you can place your hands on the chairs next to you or on your chairs. If you feel like you're pretty good with balance, so to speak, you don't have to hold on. We're going to start off by lifting up one knee and then the other. I'm going to show you from the side. So if I keep my posture, I can lean back just a tiny bit, and I'm going to lift up one leg, and then I'm going to lift up the other leg with control and place it down with control. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to do that 10 times. Again, if holding on feels more accessible to you, I would suggest it. Are we ready? Good. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Count. 1. Good. Brilliant. You might have even felt some stuff happening in here. Those are your hip flexors, and all of that is connected. It's the thing that helps us go upstairs, but it is actually connected to our core. Everything is connected, but this is directly leads into your abdominal muscles, so it's a really good idea to keep those nice and strong and open, which we'll get to with stretches as well. Now, we are going to try a twist. So, bring your fingertips up to your ears. Excellent. And what we're going to aim for is bringing your knee up and twisting your whole torso towards it. So my pet peeve when people do those bicycle crunches is when they do this. Right? You can see how it's not quite a twist anymore. So we are going to twist like someone called your name on the con floor and then bring it back. You're going to twist and go, what? And bring it back. Excellent. We're going to try 10 of those. If that twisting doesn't feel good to your body, I'd like for you to continue trying these without the twist. Are we ready? Begin. Excellent. Another modification for that, if up here and twisting is a bit too much, you can always bring your hands around here somewhere and twist your body too. That works as well. Great job. I think that we're going to move on to your lower body next. We are. So we are going to start off with what's called a nerve glide. If you haven't heard what nerve glides are before, it's basically lengthening and moving the nerves inside of your body, and you might not feel it in your muscles. You could, but you might feel this like different kind of stretching on the inside of your body, which I think is really good for a tabletop convention to talk about like the things happening inside of you. So if holding up your leg feels inaccessible or just not great, I'd suggest for you to hold on underneath your leg for this next one. And all that we're going to do is point and flex. If you're right behind a chair, just point underneath the chair in front of you. That's also perfectly fine. So we are going to do the side view. Flexing is pulling your toes towards your face. Pointing is stretching it away from your face. We're going to do that for 10 on this side. Ready? Go. Count 10 more. Awesome. Thanks for being great. So each of these is 1. I should have said that before. So the entire movement would be 1. So this time, we can just count 10 on this side. Are you ready? Begin. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go. Brilliant. So that could even feel really nice for some people in their feet. As someone who has some foot issues, when I point my foot, I get this really nice stretch on the top of my foot. And I feel very often we don't think about that. We think about stretching the back of our ankles. So that can also feel very nice. Next up, we're going to do a little bit of cardio. I just like to wait for the reaction to that one. And we're still going to do it seated. So if you have ever seen maybe football players or basketball players or a sports ball person practicing, they very often work on their footwork and how fast that they can move and go on their feet. And that is what we are going to do together right now. I'm going to set a timer for about 30 seconds, and we are going to do quick feet in your chairs. If you are someone who lives in an apartment and you're like, I could never bring this home, what I would suggest you do is sit on the edge of your chair, if there's space, and lean back. When you do that, it takes pressure off of your feet, and you can do this much lighter and quieter without disturbing anyone. I'm going to stay forward, and we're going to do this for about 30 seconds. I'm setting a timer on my watch. If this is too fast, do this. Whatever feels right to you today. Ready? On your marks. Get set. Begin. Oh, yeah. Keep going. You're 10 seconds in. You're 15 seconds in. 10 more seconds. Can you do it? Can you make it? Can you win? Keep going. They're coming after you in 3, 2, 1. Rest. Do your legs feel a little warmer than they just did? Excellent. Is your heart rate like a little bit pumping? Blood is moving through your bodies? Excellent. So I like to use this as a good example of you don't have to get up, right? If you get up and go for a walk because you can, great. If you're stuck at your desk in between meetings and you have 30 seconds, you can get your blood pumping a little bit before going into the next Zoom room. Cool? Next up, we're gonna do some calf raises. Oh, timer is done. I said a minute. All right, next up we're gonna do some calf raises. So if you've never seen a calf raise before, very often it's done on our feet, and we come up on our toes and back down. And you feel your calf go, and then it relaxes. So we're gonna do that seated. I'm gonna do exactly what I just showed you while I was standing, but on my seat. And for me, because I'm under 5'5", I am on the edge of my seat because otherwise there's a little bit of that. All right, so ankles are typically about underneath your knees. For me and my body, it actually feels better for me to bring my feet back just a little bit. You can play around with it to see what works best for you. And then from there, we're going to come up on your toes, feel your calf engage. If you want to reach down and touch them, I actually suggest it if you're not sure what it feels like. This is a very good tactile way to learn things. If you haven't realized, I'm a tactile learner. I was not an auditory or reading or anything like that kind of learner. I have to do stuff to learn. So if you want to touch your body to see, well, you know, within the rules, to see what is happening to it, I actually highly encourage it. We're going to do 10 of these calf raises. Are you ready? Begin. Good. Brilliant. Now we're going to move on to something that is not seated the whole time. But very often I ask new clients or people who are new to the Geek Girl Strong community, like, how often do you squat a day? And they're like, girl, can't tell you, I don't think I've ever done a squat. And I tell them, how often do you stand up and sit down a day? And they say, you know, a few times. And I go, sounds like you have done a squat. And of course, the form can change and be different, right? But every time that you stand up and you sit back down, I want you to say to yourself, that was a good squat. Look at me. That was good. So we are going to talk about chair squats today. And it's actually a skill that I teach a lot of people who no longer know how to squat. Why do I say it like that? Because if you look at a baby chilling, what do they look like? They very often look like this. Babies chill like this. Babies play with toys like this. Babies do things in their diapers. Like if you've ever been around a baby and you find them in a corner like this, it's going down. And if you didn't know that, now you know. Very often humans made this position in order to clean clothes, in order to cook at a fire, a lot of reasons. But many of us, myself included, I've actually worked pretty hard to get back to this. A lot of us don't know what it feels like anymore. I'm going to do this. Because everything in most of our lives is a 90-degree angle for our knees. Our toilets, our chairs, everything we do, 90 degrees. It's very unoften when we're making an angle that is this small. So a lot of us have just lost the mobility or ability to make that shape where your knees are coming forward and your hips and butt are going down in the opposite direction. So we start off with chair squats. And that's what I'm going to try and help you learn today. The first thing that I want for you to think of is the triforce of your foot. I want for you to think about your big toe knuckle, your baby toe knuckle, and your heel. These are the triforce of really your entire body. If you think about a bridge and the arch that supports it, that is what our feet are trying to do for us. If you are someone, and I'm going to be very vulnerable here, who has flat feet or very low arches, you will feel this right away. So what are we going to do? You're going to push down with your big toes knuckle into the floor. Push down with your baby toes knuckle into the floor. Push your heel down into the floor. This is your triforce. If you are like, where my arch would be is like cramping or seizing, that's pretty normal. Relax your feet. Which is interesting because when I said that, some people went, Notice the things that are happening to your body. There's a lot going on there. If you are able to stand, I'm now going to encourage you to stand. Excellent. And from there, I want us to do the same thing. Triforce, big knuckle down, baby knuckle down, heel down. You might even notice that your body does this. It's like you're a robot that got turned on. That is very normal. So we have this triforce of good support below us. Relax your feet. Now we're going to figure out about where your squat stance is. There are two options. You can do a little bull charge, allow for your feet to land where they might. I'm going to move back just a smidgen. You can also do a little jump and allow for your feet to land where they want to land. From there, you're going to turn your toes out to about 10 and 2 on a clock, if you imagined yourself in the middle of a big clock. Excellent. This opens up your knees and your hip joints to allow for your body to go down safely. From there, triforce. Excellent. This is how you're going to stand in a squat. And at the very top, when you know you're done with your squat, is when you can squeeze those buns. It's very difficult to squeeze your buns back here. You can try it. Go ahead. Yeah, some of you are daring. Good job. You'll know you're done when you can squeeze like you're holding in a fart in front of someone cute. Don't act like you haven't done it. Don't leave me out here by myself. Oh, someone just gave someone else a look. All right, so now what we're going to do is you're going to just take a look, see where your chair is, just so you know that it's there for you. Moral support right there, and physical in a bit. You're going to push your big toe knuckle down, your baby toe knuckle down, your heel down. You now have the triforce. Ensure that your stance is about what we found for you. It could be different than mine, and that's okay. And I want for you to hinge at those hip flexors we spoke about, keeping your torso as far up as you can. Sit. Excellent. Now I want for you to think about your triforce, but think about mostly driving your heels into Hades and stand. Squeeze. Excellent. Sit. Good. Drive the heels down to stand. Squeeze. Excellent. We are going to try 10 of those together. Are you ready? All right. Help me count now. Good. Think about your triforce. Great job, everybody. That was excellent. And you can sit. Good job. So as you can see, if you even have a very small desk space, if you work at a cubicle, sorry, people are going to look at you like a whack-a-mole. You're going to keep popping up. But if you don't care, great. Go for it. You can set a timer, for instance, to do 5 chair squats on the hour. And then go back to what you're doing. Give yourself the opportunity to move a little bit just so that you're not feeling so tight all the time. If you are someone who's unable to stand up very often, a few suggestions. Quads are these. Really quickly, anybody know why this is called a quad? Star pupils. There are 4 muscles here. Anybody know why this is called a tricep? Anybody know why this is called the bicep? You can also answer. There's 2. There are 2 there. Just some good anatomical things to realize about why things are called certain ways in your body. If you're unable to stand, I would suggest taking that shape that we made earlier for your ankle pumps and do quad pumps. So each time that I straighten my leg, I can feel my quad tighten. So I'm engaging it. If that's inaccessible to someone, you can take a squishy ball and squeeze. Remember Thigh Master? Am I aging? Oh, good. People nodded. My goodness, I said that and I was like, oh no. So squeezing onto a ball, you don't have to look on QVC for a Thigh Master, and that can help to engage your thigh muscles as well. Now we're going to get into the part that a lot of people are actually here for. They're like, movement, great, but I want stretches. I'm going to encourage you to do both. Stretching alone, not great. Strength alone, not great. Both will allow for you to continue tying your own shoes for as long as possible if that was an ability you had in the first place, or putting on a shoe, or putting on a jacket. There are a lot of things that we don't think about that we can continue to access if we work on the things we're talking about today. Or even continuing making your art, which is a big thing that keeps me going for Geek Girl Strong. I'm like, keep making the things I like. So I like to help creators to do that. We're going to start off by stretching your neck. So I want you to take one hand. We're going to do both sides. I'm using my right hand. And you're going to place it right above your ear here. And then I want for you to relax your shoulders down the way we spoke about before and gently lean over ear to shoulder. Excellent. You might feel a very big stretch happening here. If you'd like a little bit more of a stretch, take your left arm or the arm that's not doing anything yet and wrap it behind your back, like this. Continue relaxing your shoulders down. Take another deep breath here and breathe out. From here, if you'd like to move the stretch a little bit further back onto your neck, I want for you to turn and face your nose towards your armpit like you're sneaking a sniff on the con floor, just to make sure. And that should have moved the stretch a little back onto the back corner of your neck. So you're just turning towards your armpit a little bit. And then on your next exhale, we're going to relax and do the next side. So you can wrap that arm behind you and then gently pull off to the side. Excellent. And when you feel ready, you can turn your face towards that armpit. Just make sure, you're not going to be offensive when you leave here. Take a deep breath and gently relax. Good. Next up are some of my favorite stretches to show people. Or actually, let's do one more neck one because you all have been great. You're going to interlock your fingers, place it on the back of your head, and I don't want for you to do much. I just want for you to bring your chin towards your chest. Allow for gravity to bring you down as you bring your elbows towards each other. Now bring your shoulder blades and shoulders down your back. You should feel a nice stretch maybe in your upper back, but definitely the back of your neck. And gently roll up when you're ready. From here, the reason why these are my favorite stretches is because we're about to do some PE stretches. And I promise you that, especially if you've never taken this with me before, a lot of people are not getting the most out of these stretches. We're going to stretch your deltoid muscle. Can anyone point to their deltoid muscle? A lot of you? Yeah, absolutely. You either got it or were close. It's that cap on your shoulder. These. Yeah, excellent. So bring your right arm out. Keep it straight. Bring it across your chest. Doesn't have to be touching. It's not touching for me. I don't have that kind of flexibility in my shoulder. From here, I'm going to take my other arm and cross my forearms. Yes, I redirected a lot of people. A lot of you were about to do this, right? And let me tell you, when I used to be a PE teacher, it was a lot of this, right? On the floor spot, like I'm doing it. So instead, we're going to give you more leverage by moving it further down your arm. You can also use your hand if that feels more accessible to you. And then from here, I want you to pull your shoulder away from your face. Yes, I like it when I hear the, oh, because that means that you're probably feeling this stretch. Excellent. Gently release. Let's do the other side. Cross, forearms or hand on forearm, and gently pull towards you. Shoulder down to the floor. Excellent. You can even add on a neck stretch to this by just leaning away, if that feels good. And gently release. Next up, we're going to do a tricep stretch, which you already told me where my tricep is. It's back here. We are going to reach one hand up nice and high towards the middle of your back. It's going to be different for different humans. That's okay. From here, I want for you to take your opposite hand and gently pull towards the middle. If it's over here, that's okay, as long as you feel a stretch. Now what I want for you to try to do is look up in front of you, gently pushing your head against that arm and relax your shoulders. Good. See if you're jutting out and pull your ribs in a little bit. Excellent. If you don't feel anything and you'd like to feel more, you can reach your elbow to the other side of the room. And you might feel a little bit more in your ribs and the arm that's bent behind you. Gently relax. Other side. Same thing. Whoop. Pulling and tilting if you want to tilt. Excellent. Hold that. I'm just checking my notes while you all stretch. Awesome. And relax. Next up, we're going to do some more of those nerve glides, but for the top parts of your body. So I want you to send your arms out like you're saying, stop. Excellent. Pull your fingertips towards your face as much as you can. Again, that can look different for different people. And then I want for you to bend at the elbows and serve yourself a platter. As close to your shoulders as you can, and then gently bring it back out. Good. Bring it back in. Keep those fingertips pointing. Bring it back out. You might feel a stretch into your pinky. Bring it in and bring it out. Good job, and relax. So that's the nerve, your ulnar nerve, that travels through here. You might have, depending on your body, you might have felt like a lengthening through your pinky, which could be very helpful. Next up, one arm out, fingertips pointing up and then down. Whoop. And then gently lean your head away. You might feel what feels like a nerve stretching into the middle of your hand here already. If not, you can move your hand gently behind you. There you go. And then gently bring it back. And let's try the other side. Bring it out. Fingertips pointing down. Lean your head away. Gently pull that hand behind you. Yeah. Breathe. Please breathe. Yes, there we go. And then bring it back. Great job, everybody. Next up, we are going to do some leg stretches. We're going to do a forward fold. So if you've seen it in yoga, it's the one when your feet are close, you're standing, and you reach for your toes. But we can do something similar in a chair. Ankles are about underneath your knees. Excellent. And then I want for you to take a deep breath up here. And as you breathe out, I want you to fold over your thighs down towards the floor. If you don't want to touch the floor or your feet, that's totally understandable. If you feel comfortable doing so, you can reach for your toes. At this point, I want for you to either grab onto your toes or your ankles. So if you want to look up at me really briefly because you need visual instruction, that's okay. Toes or ankles, either one. And then I want for you to staying down here. You're going to gently pull your back, your chest away from your legs and make that cat, or this is cat actually. You're going to make that cat shape we did in the beginning. And when you do this, you might feel your upper back open up really wide. And then relax. And we're going to do that one more time. Breathe in and pull as you exhale. And stretch your upper back. And then relax. 2 more stretches, everybody. So one of my favorite ones is the figure 4 stretch. You can either take your ankle and place it on your knee. If this is not accessible to you today, you can also place it down here, crossing your ankles, whichever works. And I'm gonna flip it and reverse it like Missy Elliott and bring it over here, just for a little bit of action. See more of you over here as well. From here, I want for you to do your posture. Sit up nice and tall, like we spoke about before. Open up your chest. If you would like to have your legs a little bit more open, gently push your knee down towards the floor. Not needed, though, for most people, honestly. From here, I want for you to keep a flat back and tilt towards your front leg. You may feel the back of your hip on the bent leg side open up. In order to protect your knee, you can flex this foot. Excellent. If at home you have a yoga block or really big books, and I know you have really big books, you can place that underneath your foot for some leverage, just so that you know as a modification. Gently come up and switch sides. Flex, press, and lean. Yeah, good job, everybody. Just a couple more seconds here. Make sure you're breathing. If you're not feeling it, try and sit up a little bit, like pull your head forward. Yeah, there you go. And gently come back. Now we're going to talk about opening up your hip flexors. So you're going to come to the edge of your seat if you can. If not, I'll still do a demonstration. From here, I'm going to do a seated lunge. I'm going to take this leg, and I can hold on to my chair, and I'm going to send it back behind me to make two 90-degree angles. So now I'm in a lunge position. From here, I'm going to make sure that my hips are in line with each other. Like if someone shot a blaster at me, it would pass right by me. It wouldn't hit one hip. I'm going to do that by squeezing this butt cheek. Ooh, push it forward. You might already feel this hip opening down into your quads. If you'd like a little bit more spiciness, you can stretch this out, squeezing. Ooh, I heard like a ooh, which is good. That's what I like. I like when I tell people to stretch or foam roll, and they're like, this is the best. Ooh. Awesome, and then we're going to switch sides. One cheek on the chair. Stretching your leg back, whichever one you'd like to choose. It could be the 90 degrees or more. Hips aligned, so you're pulling, this is my right hip forward, left hip back, squeezing my glute. Sitting up nice and tall. Now check. Are your ribs sticking out like we spoke about before? And pull them in. I promise you, it'll move the stretch into this hip. Very good. And gently relax. Round of applause to all of you. That was wonderful. So at this part of the program, I sometimes talk a little bit about food and nutrition at like game nights and whatnot. But since we do have a few minutes, which would give us time for questions that people have about bodies and sitting all the time, I'd like to open the floor to questions in case people have them. And if not, I do have that backup to talk a little bit about food. But it's up to my audience as to what you'd like to do. Yes, could you take that mic? Right there next to you. Thank you.
Greetings.
Yes.
Do you have any good stretches for people that do have arthritis?
For do have arthritis, honestly, my biggest suggestion is like, have you seen a PT?
Yes.
Excellent. Have you been doing the exercises that they give you?
Yes.
Are they not working?
No, I just ran out of medical insurance.
You ran out of insurance?
Yeah.
That is, hello,
America.
Welcome to America, streamers. If you'd like to tell me a little bit more about your own situation afterwards, I'm gonna stick around. That's just a more detailed answer, and I don't wanna lie to you. Absolutely. Any other questions? Yeah, if you all wanna take one mic each, whoever makes it first can ask the first question, and then we'll go on to the next one. Oh, there are a few people. Great, please.
I was just wondering if you, I know several people in my life who have a lot of tension and pain between the shoulder blades. If there are any good stretches or mobility exercises, motions that can help alleviate some of that, it's normally like caused by just tightening, like that.
This.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. So there are two different things that typically, so when I answer all of this, please know that there's a caveat. And if any wellness or health professional doesn't say it depends, they're lying to pretend to know. Because it depends on your body and who you are. So everything I'm about to say, please remember in the back of your mind, I'm saying, it depends, but. So it depends, but. Two things that typically work for people who are having lots of stuff in here, I'll show you in there, is This one that we did is really great, but also if anyone has issues bending over, interlocking your fingers, either keeping them like this or turning them around and reaching away from yourself. You might even feel it right now, and bringing your head towards your chest like that will open them up away from each other. Also, seeing if they can either work with a professional or just kind of knowing themselves if they don't have access, like we just kind of alluded to, and making sure that they're working muscles here and in here. Very often, something that I like to share with people is that we have this trap muscle that people think are just these. But in reality, if you know anything about anatomy, you already know it's a huge diamond muscle on your back. It starts here, wings out to your shoulders, and then wings back to the middle of your back. So very often when people are like, I did something to my neck and I feel it all the way down here, it could be a trap muscle issue. So making sure that different parts of it are getting what they need.
Incredible. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Thank you for your question. Yes, we'll go over here.
Hello.
Hi.
First of all, you're doing a great job. Don't get stage fright. You're doing great.
Thank you. That's so kind.
My question is, so we talked just now about the upper back. Do you have any good stretch recommendations for the lower back? Like right above the
Absolutely.
pelvis?
So that lunge that we just did to open up that hip flexor, some people might have felt that their upper back was like doing something, and it's because all of this is actually connected and it goes up into our upper back. One of the best ones that I can suggest absolutely sucks. It's called a couch stretch. And it's hard for me to get into very often, so if you ask me later, I can like send you a link of what it looks like. The verbal version of it is you're in front of a couch or a wall, and it's the one where your leg is up and your knee is on the floor, and then you're sitting up like this. That is so good for your lower back. But if that is inaccessible for a person for any reason, lots of back twists, the cat-cow stuff that we did can be really excellent, as well as supported bridges. So you've probably seen people do bridges in yoga. If you take a block or a pillow and you place it in this flat spot on our backs right here and allow for your back to just kind of open up, that can be very helpful too.
Very great. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Next up.
I'm constantly sitting on my leg, and then that's bringing problems into my knee.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that an easy answer would be to stop sitting like that, but I don't even know what I'm doing. Know when I'm doing it.
Yeah.
So are there any good exercise for like when the knee is aching? And also, second question, would you recommend a brace? Because I got one and I don't know if it's helpful.
Recommend a brace?
Yeah.
Was that your question? I wouldn't recommend a brace from what I know, based on what you've said. I wouldn't recommend a brace for that. I would recommend setting a timer while you're at your desk, which can be very annoying. And yes, sometimes we can like forget it. Very, very quickly, there's this health coaching concept of like partnering up habits with each other. So something that I'm working on with clients is to have an anchor. So if you're doing something at your computer and you're like, every time that I stop this task, I have to check to see if I'm sitting on my foot.
Yeah.
So if the timer doesn't work and you say, every time I leave a meeting, before I go into my next task, I have to check, am I sitting on my foot? That can be very helpful. And then I would suggest standing up. Like not just doing this, but if you have the ability to like stand up and do a little bit of that, just move it around.
I have an hour water timer, so I'll just add it onto that.
Beautiful. One of my tips was to set a reminder to drink water, and it also helps you get steps because you're going to the bathroom. Thank you. Yes, I can take maybe like 2 more, and then if I don't get to people, I stay afterwards of all of these to answer questions. Yes.
So it's super easy for me to get excited for a board game and not super easy for me to get excited for exercising. Do you know if there's any board game out there that mixes exercising into it as part of the gameplay? And if not, would you be interested in developing a game like that? So you can mix up all your workouts playing a board game.
I like how you think.
You
It
do?
looks like someone might have an answer.
Nerd Fitness is the website.
Great. If other people have answers for that, we're going to bring them to the person later just for time's sake. But thank you so much to both of you. I'd like to talk to you. Absolutely. All right, last one.
Okay, hi. since we're talking about chair exercises, can you talk about chairs a little bit? Like what to look for in a good chair, how to set them up?
How to set them up?
You know, height.
That is a longer answer. If you stick around, I can answer it. My biggest thing is just do a little bit of research, right? Check into it. And honestly, my biggest suggestion is go sit in the chair first. Because no matter what they say online, our bodies are all different. And that's the biggest thing. Thank you so much, everyone. As you can tell, I put up a slide that has a QR code on it. If you scan, you'll get a PDF of everything that we did today, because I know that we did a lot of things and it's easy to forget. And if you sign up for it, we do have a little gift for you. It's a self-care bookmark that my friend and assistant Ashley right there is handing out to people if you would like one. You don't have to take it, so she doesn't have to force it on you. So here's the bigger version of that. I just wanted to give you the spiel just in case you needed it. And if you'd like to find me and reach out because you're running to your next panel, I have all of the ways to contact me below there. I'm Geek Girl Strong everywhere. I don't have a personal account, so it puts a filter on me and what I say publicly. You can find me at Geek Girl Strong on all social media. At geekgirlstrong.com, just hit the contact form and you'll find me. And also, if you are coming from out of town and you like the kind of stuff that we did, check us out on Patreon. We do themed workouts that are virtual. We'll still be doing those every other month coming 2013. We'll be doing a Love Stories workout in February. That is like Bridgerton, Romeo and Juliet, and then some other not so happy stories. And oh, last thing is that we're having a virtual dance party on December 11th that still has tickets. So if you go online, you'll find information to all of that. It's just going to be a celebration to making it through another one of these years, honestly. And I think that I've covered everything that my marketing manager would want for me to say. I'll also be doing workouts right here in Philly starting in January. Last month was Wakanda Forever themed. So if you like that kind of stuff and want to work out with some nerds or, you know, bring me to your groups places, please reach out. I'd love to meet all of you. Thank you so much for coming today.
At this time, we will be removing everyone from the theater. Please make sure you have all your belongings as you exit. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your PAX.
Thank you. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Actually Autistic GMs. We are so excited to have you here today. How's everybody's last day of PAX going? This is the best. This panel is always the very enthusiastic, but in generally like a quiet enough way that everyone's eardrums are okay. Whereas opposed to the ADHD panel yesterday is a little bit different of a vibe. Just a little. So welcome everybody. My name is Dr. Elizabeth Kilmer. I will be the moderator today. Before we get started, I wanted to talk just a little bit about one of the organizations that made this panel today possible. Game to Grow is a 501c3 nonprofit organization that believes in the use of games of all kinds to support growth and change and educational, community, and therapeutic contexts. If you've gotten a chance to check us out in the PAX Together intersection, yay! Thank you for doing that. If you haven't, please make sure you stop by before the intersection closes today. As we jump in to get started, we are going to have all of our panelists introduce themselves. We are missing one panelist who got stuck in traffic. They will be here shortly. When they get here, we're gonna all clap for them and let them know that we're excited for them to be here and we're not at all frustrated that they aren't here yet, because it really sucks when we're late. So for all the panelists, I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself with your name, kind of what you do, as well as how long you've been GMing or playing tabletop RPGs, and when you got your autism diagnosis or what that looks like. Can I start with you, Mackenzie?
Yes. Hello, I am Mackenzie DeArmas, Mackenzie Lane DA on Twitter. My pronouns are she, her. I am a game designer for Dungeons & Dragons at Wizards of the Coast. I've been credited on books like Strixhaven, A Curriculum of Chaos, Call of the Netherdeep, Journeys Through the Radiant Citadel, and the starter set Dragons of Stormwreck Isle. I am also one of the world builders for Critical Role, specifically helping to shape the city of Ank'Harel alongside Matthew Mercer and Bashir Gauss. I'm also the education and advocacy lead for the disability community of Wizards. And I have what I call Schrodinger's autism diagnosis, in that a psychiatrist looked at me, said, yeah, you're probably autistic, but you seem well-adjusted, so there's not much we can do. Spoiler, I was not well-adjusted. I was just really good at pretending. But I got that diagnosis late 2019, and I had started GMing a little bit earlier in that year. So that's like 2.5, 3-ish years, maybe? I can't math. Yes. And it's been super fun. And now I write adventures and tell other people how to DM.
Hi, I'm Ave K. You can find me as Calamity on the internet, simply Calamity with 2 Y's on Twitter. And if you find me on other places, just either add or delete a Y. It's been a thing. I've been rebranding lately. So I am a content creator, a freelance writer and game designer, and a producer. And I have been, my pronouns are she, they. I've been playing tabletop games for almost 2 years now. Before that, I was a big theater kid, so slipping into that kind of world, I just clicked with it very quick. And as far as GMing, I've been GMing for a little under a year. It'll be a year in February, actually. So I just love anything where I can tell stories in any capacity. So between making the stories myself as a GM or interacting with stories as a player, it's my jam.
Hi, I'm Dr. Are we clapping? I'm Dr. Jared Kilmer. My pronouns are he, him. I serve as the Director of Counseling Services at Game to Grow. I have been playing tabletop RPGs since around the launch of 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons. And I've had my diagnosis of autism for, I think, 1 or 2 years. I didn't really keep track. I've had it my whole life, really. Yeah. Good.
Yep. All right. Hi, everybody. My name's Alex. I go by Famous Birds on the internet. I used to make podcasts with my friends, and that's how I know this guy who ran a D&D session for us. It's been like 5-6 years ago. Mm-hmm. And I said, yep, okay, this is it. This is it for me. And since then, yeah, played and run in hundreds of games, and in the process of seeking a diagnosis, which is a whole thing, and figuring that out. But yeah, also just been this way my whole life. So there it is.
I just really wanted to add, I just realized I never said, I am actually self-diagnosed autistic because being a Black femme, getting officially diagnosed is a little scary. But I am self-diagnosed autistic. I just want to add that.
Yeah. If you were also on that same journey, the University of Washington has some really great resources around self-diagnosis and autism. All right. So I'm assuming that many of the people who are here today or watching from home are pretty familiar with what autism is. But for those of us who are less familiar, the two of you had decided or were thinking about who was going to answer this question. Did you come to a determination? You're going to share the question? What's going to happen?
Okay. So I'm improvising. I don't think this is what Webster's dictionary says. Autism is a brain thing, and it surfaces in different ways. People have different experiences and capacities in language, motor skills, perception, executive function, sensory issues, social relationships. It shows up in different people in different ways. Yeah, it just makes everything a little bit different. How'd I do?
Pretty good. The main thing that I want to add is autism is something that can be pathologized and shouldn't necessarily be. It's the primary thing I want to emphasize is that it's a difference in experience and functioning, not to be necessarily labeled better or worse, good or bad.
Thanks so much, Al. So I also, actually, let's just jump in right to the GMing. So not all of you are players, and also you are GMs. What got you into GMing?
Oh, we're looking at me.
I'm looking around.
So yeah, I got started DMing. I actually got started DMing after I started creating D&D content. And I started creating D&D content because I had a really bad episode of burnout halfway through my college years, and I needed stuff to put in my portfolio. So I started self-publishing things. And then after a while, I was like, you know what? I've been writing this D&D stuff. Maybe I should actually like try and run it at some point. And then I did it, and it has been a very rough journey learning how to DM, but it has been very fun. And I really, when I want to DM and when I really feel that urge and that like itch to DM is whenever I have a story I want to tell. I often think about whenever I DM, it is because there is a story that I want to be told, but no one has done it yet. And I'm realizing no one can do it in the same way that I would. And so it is that impulse to share stories and that unique perspective through gameplay and building stories with other people as well.
Yeah, I started GMing, like I said, a little under a year ago. I had been a player for about a year. And then, like I said before, that I was in theater. So when I figured out that tabletop was a thing, because honestly, I didn't know. Somebody once, a long time ago, I had this memory the other day, told me that Dungeons and Dragons wasn't for me because I wasn't good at math. And I was like, fair. And then I realized D&D Beyond's a thing, which is great. So I started playing, and then I was asked to help bring tabletop into a group I was part of called Brown Girl Gamer Code. And that was my first time GMing, and I co-GM'd with a friend. Shout out to Pizza Yeti. And it was a really, really good time, and I fell in love with it as a like kind of eternal storyteller. It was really cool because I had kind of made stories and written for myself, so getting to actually create a story with other people and players and go with the flow of whatever wild thing they came up with was just so rewarding. So that's why I've kind of stuck with it.
I would say nobody else would. I wanted to have these shared experiences and play tabletop role-playing games with my friends, many of whom didn't historically play tabletop games anyway. And so having that knowledge, it made sense for me to take the lead and provide game mastering services for my friends and family. But also, I'm the kind of person that gets really excited as I learn about how game systems work. I want to look under the hood and really understand them. I will read players' handbooks from start to finish just because I think that's kind of cool. Not that I'm recommending anyone else do that.
Player's handbook?
Yeah.
He used to be able, if you were like, hey, do you know what this rule is? He would say like, yeah, I think it's like around page like 95 or 96. Like that level read.
People read that?
A couple people.
We design assuming people will read the rules, but also knowing that a lot of people will skim them, and so we bake in lots of safeguards for people who do not in-depth read the rules. So every time someone's like, yeah, no, I read the player's handbook cover to cover.
Nobody noticed. It was fine.
Anyway, just shouting out my appreciation to anyone who reads like the DMG and the player's handbook. Thank you. It validates our work. Also, introduce yourself.
Hello.
Hi.
Welcome. We were just talking about who does and does not read the player's handbook. Do you want to answer that question first and then introduce yourself?
Yeah, but I couldn't hear you. What did you say?
So the question is, do you read the player's handbook?
I read the player's handbook once.
Like the whole thing, cover to cover?
Because here's the thing. Okay, no, this is a true story. So I am a very late diagnosed autistic person, and by that I mean like literally like last month. So hello, I'm new. But there's so many places, and I don't know why I'm screaming, I'm sorry. But there's so many places in my life where I thought that there were like rules, right? Where I was like, oh, well, the rule is you have to start on page 1 and you have to end when the book is over. And that's how I treated like players' handbooks for a really long time. And that was also one of the ways where I felt like D&D was really inaccessible to me. Because I was like, well, if I'm going to play this, then I have to, like open this book and like read the whole thing. And if I don't know every rule perfectly, then I'm doing it wrong and that's bad. And then I'm not allowed to play. It turns out that's incorrect. So that's my answer.
If I could add to that, I treated learning the rules the same way I thought about like interacting with other people. And I was terrified I would be missing something key. And so if I skipped a chapter or I skipped a section, that could come back and bite me later. Better safe than sorry, better just read the whole thing.
I guess I just kind of like reading the rule books. I think for me, like, I had a similar problem of like, I want to do this more. I need more games. I guess I'll have to run it. But also, I think as I got more into the hobby, I started reading other games and more niche stuff and seeing other ways you could do this thing and realizing truly this is not going to happen unless I put that group together. And there's a lot of fun, weird little games out there that, I don't know, I hope people here, if you're like right on the cusp of getting that group together, GMing for the first time and just trying it, like I hope you walk out of here ready to do it because it's great. It's great.
And hopefully a lot of what we're talking about today should make you feel more comfortable to take that next step, whatever that next step is. As we jump into that a little bit more, Kate, will you introduce yourself?
Oh yeah, sorry everybody, I got stuck in urgent care, so thanks for waiting for me. So my name is Kate Osborne. I go by Katieosaurus on all of the social medias. I'm a full-time content creator where I talk a lot about ADHD and the neurodivergent experience. In particular, my special interest is the intersection of neurodivergency and sex and intimacy. So I talk a lot about that, and then I also play a lot of TTRPGs, and so the cheesy joke that I've used at every panel so far this weekend is I just work in both type of dungeons. Thank you. I'm going to keep using it, so it's fine.
You should.
It's good.
It's a good joke.
Thank you.
So we've talked a little bit about feeling comfortable GMing or how you got into it. What's your favorite part of GMing?
I think getting to interact with the creativity of other people and kind of draw that out of them, that was probably like the most rewarding part, is watching them take my story and completely rip it apart. Um, which honestly, like, I know that sounds like, oh, wow, they ripped your story apart. I'm like, yes, and it was awesome. Because just watching how people interpret things, like you have things a certain way in your mind, but watching players interpret it another way and they'll go a different direction with it and, you know, start questioning like one specific person when somebody over here has the answer. They don't have the answer, but you're going to have to figure out how to give them that answer even though they never talk to that person. I think the challenge of it is really cool too. And just kind of going with the flow. I don't know. I think I really like the collaborative aspects of it. I would say, yeah, that's probably my favorite part is the collaborative aspects.
There's this phrase that I read in Apocalypse World, which is a great book to read if you're getting into GMing. But it's this idea that like we play to find out. And I think when I got into it, like, you know, I thought GMing was like, oh, you write a novel and then the players, you know, do the different roles in it. And I'm a player too. I have no idea what's going to happen. And there's always that moment where somebody says something or the dice come up and we look around and we all kind of realize, and it's like, oh no, what is happening? Like that moment where there's this story that just shows up that none of us were controlling to get there, it just happened. Like that's the good stuff for me.
Kind of similarly to that, my favorite moment when I DM is what I'm starting to call the click, where when someone who is new to TTRPGs, the moment it clicks for them that they have freedom to do whatever they want and describe whatever they want. I was playing in a game recently, and we had someone who had joined, not very familiar with tabletop games at all, and so she was playing using the sidekick rules from Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, and I had given her a couple of spells. I had given her Firebolt, and I remember when she realized that she could use Firebolt, and I asked her, what does it look like? And that moment where it suddenly clicked, that she could control how it looked and she had that agency in the narrative to move and do what she wanted and make things look the way she wanted. Like she wasn't prescribed a certain role or a certain way of doing things. She wasn't locked in. And that moment of pure magic when that happens is so heartwarming, and it makes me remember why I love doing this, and I love being able to write and create and help other people tell these stories.
Mackenzie, what you just described really resonates with me. It's one of my answers. I find answering this with just one statement is probably lacking because it's a complicated answer, but to use that knowledge we have acquired to be able to run these games feels like a gift to the people I care about most in the world. And watching those reactions is very resonant. I'm kind of an anxious person. I sometimes, I led on earlier that I feel like I could be missing an important part of a conversation, even if I'm not. Whenever I'm in the game master seat, I feel like I am holding the most cards. I have the most understanding of the beginning, middle, and end of an interaction, even if, like Bird said, I can't truly predict it. And maybe most importantly and related to that anxiety, when I'm game mastering, there's no time to be anxious. I will kind of black out or dissociate, and when the game is over, I'm like, oh, I hope that went well. Did everyone have a good time? And it's sort of a way to access a very pure way of being that can be difficult to access otherwise.
For me, I think it's a lot about collaboration. And at my tables, I don't actually feel like the not as cool kid because I don't GM as much as the other folks up here, but I do sometimes. And when I do, I really try hard to make sure that there's a collaborative element where before we start the game, I ask specific and very direct and sometimes annoying questions like, well, what do you want to do? What do you want to get out of this? You know, what do you want to see? Is there like a monster that you've like wanted to face and you've never gotten to or whatever? And so sometimes, you know, you'll wind up with like I love doing heists. Like heists are my favorite type of games to run. You know, but then a player will say, oh, I've never fought a beholder. It's like, well, there's a beholder in the vault now. Congratulations, you know? But that flexibility and the ability that I have as the person sort of like guiding the world. I don't want to say I'm in charge, but guiding the world. That to me is such a gift because it means that I can give players the experience that they're looking for on their terms. And that to me is just a really special thing.
So something that I'm hearing kind of come out from all of y'all, and this is the point where you get to correct me if I'm wrong, but it feels like tabletop RPGs and GMing them specifically allow you to create kind of an ideal social situation. Like I'm hearing you say things like, I'm doing it because I'm able to connect with people, I'm doing it because I'm able to collaborate with them, but also I have this set of rules or this structure. There's, especially with like session zeros, there's often more of an expectation that in a tabletop group, you're going to talk about what some of those unspoken social rules are. And then it creates this added safety for ambiguity as well as like space for misinterpreting, like breaking that game, right? Oftentimes, breaking the game happens when you are playing with someone who wants to do what they're supposed to do or wants to continue, but their brain came up with a different idea. And that kind of misinterpretation in the real world might cause harm or create issues, but it has the potential to create even cooler stories when it's done in tabletop. Okay, I'm seeing some nods. All right. So with that in mind, I'm curious, how do you find the right people to play with? Because I'm assuming it's not just universal, like tabletop is just magic that any random people sit down at your table, you're going to have this amazing experience.
I think one thing I've experienced being autistic is like having this idea of a really cool thing in my head, and I can see it so clearly, and it's going to be so cool, and it's going to be so great, and then trying to convey that to other people and just not getting across. And so I think I've found there's been a lot of times where it's like, hey, friend group, extended friend group, like here's the pitch, here's what I want to do, and I think a lot of people will not take that as an explicit invitation. I think one thing that I figured out pretty quickly is, you know, if there's somebody in my life, even if they haven't played RPGs before, but if I thought like, I like this thing, I think you would like this too. Just like reaching out to people one-on-one and saying, hey, I'm putting this thing together. Do you want to be a part of it? Do you want to help in some capacity? I think makes people feel really good. I feel good when people do that for me, but then I think it helps bring them in a little bit to like feel like they're helping create this thing versus just posting into the void about this really cool idea that I'm struggling to explain to everyone.
Yeah, I think that it's really interesting in the tabletop space because there are different types of GMs and, you know, different types of players. Like you have people who are playing, you know, at their like kitchen table game, and then you have like pro DMs and like, you know, and then you have more like performance-based actual play DMs. And so I think that there are a lot of different ways to facilitate each kind of DM. Like for example, like when I'm putting together just like something with my friends, I just ask my friends, you know, hey, I want to play. You know, but if I'm doing something that is in more of the public sphere, more of the actual play, a lot of times like I just have a running list of people who I've met at cons or just like know via, you know, Twitter or whatever. And I say, oh, they seem really cool. I wonder if they're available on, you know, Saturday the 5th. And so I often build a lot of those games just with like, hey, you seem cool. I wonder what would happen if I put 5 cool people at the table. But then being a pro GM is like an entirely different conversation where you're bringing in people from all over the world, all different personality types who you may have never met before, you may never talk to again. And so I think that there's a lot of opportunity to not only challenge myself to learn and grow as a GM and learning to support that, but also just saying like, there are so many cool people in the community, like how can we meet them all?
Could I actually get the question again?
Yeah, absolutely. How do you find people to play with?
A lot of the situations I've been in have been in groups that I'm already a part of, so I'm already familiar with the people. Other than that, it's kind of sort of like Katie said, it's finding people who kind of I've gotten to know over time and have enjoyed their general like presence and interacted with over the internet. And I will kind of have a running list of people I eventually want to reach out to for games. And then because I definitely want to find people who are, when I like set up a game, I say everything up front, like we're gonna have, these safety tools, we're gonna have, this reference sheet. And as long as people seem pretty down with that, I feel pretty safe to bring them to the table. But yeah, it's just kind of finding people who are willing to kind of work with my brain and how it works, and then saying, if you're down with that, like, let's play a game together. And that's kind of how I've found my tables.
So I have the very interesting experience of the majority of my DMing career was online. So a lot of the first games I GM'd, my very first full campaign is actually somewhere on YouTube, which is a terrifying prospect. But so when I got into DMing when there was a very big swell and boom of a lot of smaller actual play channels online. And so when I was applying to DM for campaigns, I did not have control over who I played with, essentially. It was all up to whoever was running the channel and who was casting it. And one actual play show I did, we had 2 static cast members, and then every week we had 2 new cast members popping in, which, man, for an autistic person and someone who had just gotten their autism diagnosis, it's a lot. And so it was really good to, and this is something that kind of bounces off what you said, when I was playing with those people who were new every week, those complete strangers, or when I was running games for companies at a con and I had no control over who I was playing with, setting those expectations early of like, here, these are the safety tools at my table. These are things I am going to tolerate. These are things I am not going to tolerate. Practicing my responses for if something goes wrong or if someone crosses a line, knowing and practicing that decisive no or decisive, hey, we're stopping the game, that's not okay. And rehearsing that to myself, rehearsing those scripts, reminding myself of not only the table's boundaries, but my own personal boundaries, was super helpful in helping me navigate those situations where I may not know the person I am playing with and I may not know how to read them, but I know 2 things. One, I am the DM, and so I have final say. And while I will not use that to dictate players' creative choices, I will do that. I will ensure safety at my table. 2, we're all here to play a game and have fun, and so we all have the same shared bulk of rules to reference back to. And so we're all operating under kind of the same umbrella. We all have that shared context. And remembering those 2 things helped me when I was gaming with people who I did not know and did not have that rapport or trust with.
That actually pulls us into a great question, Mackenzie, and you've already answered a lot of it, which is awesome. Are there any expectations you set or accommodations you request within your groups to improve your experiences? And if so, have these changed over time?
I don't think it has changed over time. I think it's more of I have an explanation for why I do the things I do now with the label of autism. It's always been kind of like I have these things in this way of GMing, and now I know why my brain is so insistent on these things. The big one I could think of is when I play, because I play a lot of virtual games, preferring to have both camera and audio helps me a lot because I need to be able to read facial expressions and especially read lips, and also sync that with their tone of voice. In my head, there is a matrix of facial expression, tone of voice, and then the z-axis of what's happening in the story, so I can kind of triangulate, oh, they enjoyed that, they're happy, okay, cool. And so for a while, I didn't know why I was doing that, and then once I realized, oh, it's the autism, it's like, oh, okay, that makes sense. So nothing's really changed over time. I've just gotten a little bit more comfortable with who I am.
Yeah, to kind of bounce off of that, if I could, I, as a kind of like newer GM, especially compared to some of the people on this panel, I haven't changed methods too much, but I've kind of found ways to be more effective at speaking up about the things that I want at my table, and using that to also help my players feel comfortable with speaking up themselves and advocating for themselves at my table. and just kind of being more open and upfront about that myself. And like saying like, okay, I need a second. Like I completely lost my train of thought. I forgot what we were doing. I'm low-key panicking. Give me a second to breathe. Having that freedom, I think, has given also my players that freedom to do the same thing. So yeah, just that more like openness and honesty is something that I have kind of like changed about my process a little bit.
I think there's a lot of stuff that it feels like, oh, well, it's kind of obvious and people know that, but like even outside of gaming, I think every time I found like, no, it's good, just like, let's say it explicitly. Like, let's be on the same page. And I think that helps me buy in and, feel that. I think one thing in particular I've learned to say when we're kind of setting expectations is that there's difference between players and characters in the world. And there may be times where the characters in the world are like experiencing challenges that I'm throwing at them, or even times where like different characters in the party are like having an argument, and that's fine. But as players, we're on the same side. Like, I am a fan of your character. I want you to succeed. I want to like put something in front of you that you're like, oh no, this is a nightmare. But then I want your character to crush it. Like, I want you to be successful. And especially for newer players, yeah, it's like, it's not me as a GM versus you. There will be times where it's like both of us versus the dice. And I've limited ability to help you there, but we're on the same side. Like, we're all players in this game. I think is a helpful one, especially for people who are like afraid I'm going to punish them for doing something wrong. It's like, no, I want to see you be successful.
I think for me, my sort of requests at the table have changed a lot over time, because I used to be terrified to ask for anything that I needed because I felt like a massive inconvenience. And then as and first I got my ADHD diagnosis, and then I got my autism diagnosis. And so then the combination there, and I was like, oh, that's why, like Mackenzie was saying. And so I've developed like a big list. I keep a big list of needs that I have at the table, but I also have, and maybe this is silly, but I keep a list of all of the needs that every player that I've ever played for or played with in a spreadsheet. And the reason why I do that is because it's a really good reference for me to remember that people have different needs than me, but then I can also present those needs to players who might be struggling and have difficulty, like me, articulating their needs. And if I notice a player who is like struggling to pay attention or be invested or focused, then I can pull out my list of like, I think I have 100 some requests at this point, and say, do any of these resound? Do any of these resonate in a way that like might make your experience a little bit better? And that's been a really popular, powerful tool for, I think, helping me support both myself and players at the table. And so I'm kind of proud of that one.
Yeah, just to piggyback off that, a lot of this is just about explicit communication. That's my own personal need, and often a way for me to understand the needs of the players at my table. I want to be able to model that when I can. So I'll usually lead by talking about myself or what I might need at the table. Often that's feedback. Am I a good game master? Oh, I hope so. But I don't know. Even if I get direct feedback that I am, is that universally true across different groups? Probably not. So I'm always trying to understand what my players care about, what resonates with them. Can I trust you to tell me if you're having a good time? More importantly, can I trust you to tell me when you're not? And just trying to keep those communication lines as open and non-threatening as possible.
I will also add, because I did think of something that has changed between when I got before I got my diagnosis, while I was private about my diagnosis, and then when I started to become more public about it. When I'm world building and when I'm playing games, I put in a lot more characters who look and act like me. And that has been something that has been so beautifully freeing, to the point where I feel comfortable not only putting them in like my home games, but putting them in written products and being more explicit about having neurodiverse characters and other people in the world who communicate differently than me. And I often talk about how whenever I first started writing, I started writing fan fiction. And when I did those good old self-insert fanfics, my self-inserts never looked like me and they never acted like me. They were always white with gray eyes. And no, they have dark hair, so they look like me. And they never acted like me or anything like that. And once I became a little bit more comfortable with my diagnosis and with all of my other intersecting identities, being able to feel the freedom to put those characters who looked like me and acted like me, and then experiencing the catharsis of seeing myself reflected back in the fantasy world I was creating was beautiful.
Mackenzie, you're just leading into every next question, so thank you for that segue. I really appreciate it.
I'm segue queen over here.
Absolutely. So speaking of kind of world building or creation, I want to talk a little bit about campaign creation, preparation, and writing. Where do y'all even get started? You're like, I'm going to GM a game.
It's terrifying looking at a blank sheet of paper. I think for me, I really need to play a session first. I usually want to start off with something simple, and then like the energy people bring and their sort of ideas for characters or backstory or whatever will really push into focus like, oh, you have a vendetta to settle or a quest to go on or something. Like, great, I can work that in. And I used to get really frustrated with myself just like trying to write a game encyclopedia before we started and being stuck on page 1. And it's like, no, you don't have to do that. You can just listen to people and then on my own time go and digest it and try and figure out like what would seem fun for people. So I think for me getting started, it's maybe like 5 sentences, maybe a couple lines or something that I think is cool, and then we'll see what sticks.
Don't be like me when you grow up. But what I do is I basically come up with like an interesting question or concept, and then I just sort of make stuff up, which is, again, maybe prepared. But like for me, like I'll just start thinking about like an interesting concept that would present problems. Like right now I'm working on a module where it's what would happen if every mechanical object in the world rusted overnight, couldn't use it anymore. What would happen? That's it, that's the campaign. Go figure it out, right? And then at some point, like when you get further along in the story, then that's when I start being like, okay, like, and how are these stories like tying together and that kind of thing. But my preference as a GM is I'm very much grounded in world building and just collaborative storytelling. And so I don't like to come in with like a bunch of pre-written NPCs because knowing my players, they're never going to meet those people anyway. And so, yeah, so I like to just sort of come up with like one really juicy, really generative question and see where the story takes us from there.
Kate, can you clarify why you started with "Don't be like me" and then gave a really good example of like a GMing style that clearly works for you and your players?
I would love to, Elizabeth. The reason why is because I've started realizing very recently how much my ADHD and my autism are just like constantly at war. Where it's like my being autistic, like I feel this constant need for structure. I feel this constant need to like figure out a way to do it, and the way is right, and then that's the way that we're gonna do it. But then my ADHD is like, what if we burned it all to the ground? And so for me, like I have to figure out methodologies and ways to support that. But what I also know is that sometimes I say things like, oh, I just come up with one question and then we play for 9 months, and people are like, I'm sorry, you do what? And so I always like to preface, this might not work for you, but that's okay.
I'll let you in on a little secret. We specifically design games to work for both ways.
Yes.
I made the joke earlier at like the start of this panel, like I tell people how to DM. I don't. Everything I say is mostly just based on my own experience pulling stuff out of my butt. But like that is something that we definitely keep in mind as a game master, and specifically as me as a game designer who is also neurodiverse. Building games for different play styles and different brain mechanisms and brain inner working brain mushes Like when we write adventures, it is like, here's a bunch of things that you can know, and here's a plan. Also, we know that 90% of the time, you're gonna see a block of the adventure and go, I like this one page out of 200 and some others. I'm gonna take this page and I'm gonna run with it. And we build them to do that. Everything is modular. And that's something that I really love about a lot of tabletop games, is that you can kind of take those pieces and then rearrange them, and or like just take a whole piece out of a Jenga tower and go, this is my piece now, goodbye, and then run off with that story. So like, you can be like Katie, it's fine. Do it. We built the system for that. It doesn't break, you're good.
Kind of like continuing with that, and kind of what Katie said about being both like ADHD and autistic. That kind of intersection and also clash, I will generally get one simple concept and then I'm like, I need to make a game about it. Like my most recent one was all the like, what is it? I can't remember what it's called, but like all the like bands coming back and doing concerts.
The Union Tours?
Yeah. Yeah, like that was a concept that I came up with and I was like, oh my gosh, that's perfect. I need to figure out how to make a game around it. And I kind of like build around that like one concept. And then it sits in a Google Drive until I find like the intersection of people who I know can like play that or would be interested in that, and timing, and you know, all those other factors. So that's kind of how I plan my games, is that I don't, I guess, I'm realizing.
What I'm hearing is a lot of us, and this is me too, we basically have a hyperfixation and then go, when can I subject other people to this hyperfixation?
Yes.
Checks out. Yep.
Yeah, that's actually my answer. I have, I think I would describe myself as like glacially fickle. I get really, really into something for a really long time, and then one day it just dies, and I get obsessed with something new, and it's like finding a new crush, and I love it. But if I'm gonna run a game, my answer kind of doesn't care if it's collaborative world building or it's modular. The important thing is everybody at the table has to be excited about whatever it is. And so it kind of starts with a survey. I want to play this game, whatever game this is, with a certain group of people. And what's going to be most exciting to that group of people is going to be a moving target, especially when we mix them all together and we create this one special group. And so on a personal note, I love modules. I love modules because they provide a structure, and then all the details can be leveraged or thrown away, and it doesn't really matter. If my group does want to collaboratively world build, cool, we'll make a map together and we'll populate it with different interesting locales, and you know what? That dungeon from that one module that I thought was really neat can just go right there and they don't have to know about it. I would much prefer someone else give me some structure in advance that I can then leverage or disregard. I have abrupt endings when I speak sometimes.
You mentioned the collaborative map making, and I just wanted to say that's the best. Like, especially in the first session, just having it up on the screen or on the paper, and like everyone can add something they think is cool, is something I'll do in every game now, unless I already have a map. But even then, like that's a good one.
Yeah.
I will say, like, bouncing off that collaborative, especially when you're starting out with a group and you don't know them that well, or you're not sure what story you want. You're not sure what story everyone wants to tell, and you don't have a hyperfixation at the moment that works into a D&D game. Something I really like to do is ask all my players, who all have these very big character concepts or that they are very excited to play with. I ask them to give me 2 NPCs, one who is friendly to them and one who is antagonistic to them. And they can be as detailed or as minimal as they want. They can be as like courteously like friendly as like, oh yeah, no, I just shop at this one convenience store every single day and the same day a week, and so the store owner knows me. And as small as like, yeah, no, we were rivals in math class and he kept getting higher grades than me, and that's it. Or it can be like, yeah, no, he tried to murder me. He tried to assassinate me. And like, oh, this is my mother, my best friend. I love them to bits and I will die for them. And letting them create the social bonds, and then just going, okay, cool, I can play with this, and I can take this bit, and it fits nicely into maybe something I had been thinking about in the background, and being given essentially pieces that I can knit together takes a whole lot of mental load off of me, and it's super helpful, and it also gets people really invested in the story, because you're not just playing with unfamiliar characters now, you're playing with characters that they helped create, that have just been moving in the background, and then they don't realize that these characters have had lives beyond what they had written down, and it is so wonderful. And then sometimes your players end up making the big bad of the campaign, and you just have to sit on that and wait.
Yeah, just real quickly to add to that, one of the best things that I started doing whenever I play with people is I love to take them through a game of either the Quiet Year or For the Queen before we start. I'm obsessed with those sort of like collaborative storytelling games. I love them so much. But Quiet Year especially does a lot of that, where you get to like sort of collaboratively like make the map, but then you can also fill in like NPCs and say, oh, like here's this thing. What I also love about it is that sometimes they'll come up with something really, really juicy, and you can be real vague about whether or not that's going to show up in the game. And so then there's like that, like, oh, well, we found dinosaurs on that island, or whatever. And it's like, is it going to show up in the game? I don't know. Keep playing and find out. But it's a really great way to like integrate not only the characters in the world, but also get the players invested. And so I always say Quiet Year For the Queen they're just such good games.
There's like another side to it that really, like it blew my mind when I was a player and it happened to me the first time, which is, as a GM, you sort of have this job of like synthesis. Like you have all these players that come with different ideas and different goals and different characters. And you're allowed to push back. Like you're allowed to say, it's not no, but it's usually like, yeah, but like, yeah, that's good, but could we make it more interconnected? Could we make it juicier? Could we tie it into a different character? And that you are allowed to say that. Like you're allowed to not take the first idea and work together to kind of develop the version of it that just is like popping off the page and you can't wait to get into it. And I just remember just the first session I was in with a GM I had never played with before. And I had this whole backstory ready, and I was like, and that's it. And he's like, yeah, let's keep working on it. Like, what? I didn't know that was allowed, but I think you have to walk that line as a GM, and I think when people understand that you're trying to like take what they have and hook it in, like you're stitching it together into this bigger thing, that yeah, I'm okay with it.
Speaking of that kind of player engagement, what is the mark of a good session for you?
I feel like there's a lot of sessions where like I'm looking at people's faces and they're like, they are frustrated and worried and upset and not having fun. And then afterwards they say, that was amazing. And it's like, okay, whatever. Great, good, thank you for telling me.
I think a good mark that I've kind of noticed is what happens kind of when, because I do a lot of online games, so like when the cameras go off and when we go offline, is seeing them ask questions and say like, oh, I wonder, like, oh, I got this idea, like seeing kind of that creativity continue kind of makes me realize that I've done my job, and that's give them the tools they need to help tell the story. I would say that's a big one for me, is kind of what happens afterwards, and then are they in Discord a couple days later like, I got this great idea. I love stuff like that, and that's when I know I've done a good job.
I am not able to consistently tell yet. I will say it's a combination of me being unable to read facial expressions plus just general anxiety and imposter syndrome. But I do remember one session that ended with someone going, oh my God, I was actually really stressed out. Why? And it was they were new to D&D and they hadn't played a lot of tabletop before, and they were just like, their retroactive realizing of they got so into the game, they actually got physically stressed out, and the joy they had afterwards of, I was really into the game and I was actually nervous. That's so cool. I was like, okay, I will say I think that was a good session. But a lot of time I'm just asking the people I play with, hey, was that good? Did we do good? Did you enjoy it? I hope you had fun. Please let me know if I did something wrong. Okay, bye.
Yeah, did the players feel something? I don't even care what. Did they forget they were sitting at a table or a desk, talking to their friends or like into a webcam? Is their memories more in the game than in reality? And if the answer is yes to those questions, I think we nailed it as a group. But I can't always tell. I just got to ask explicitly.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's sometimes a moment where I realize as GM, like I haven't said anything in a while. Like either during the game or after the game, like they're running on their own steam, and it's like, okay, you go. That's great. Let me know when you need some world to show up.
See, I'm gonna show my ADHD over here. I'm like, a good session for me is where nobody was bored the whole time. But no, I love what you said, where you know, like people feeling something and taking that away and forgetting that, you know, you were like, were you thinking about more of the game? But the thing that I think is like the true marker is exactly that, when the camera turns off and there's like that explosion of everybody talking over each other because they're like, oh my god, no. That I'm always like, I'm done good today.
That's awesome. So we've been talking about GMing today. Like that's largely what we've been talking about for this last almost an hour already. I don't know how that happened.
Really?
But we're also talking about the concept of GMing from this kind of neurodivergent autistic lens specifically. And I'm curious, what are some of the ways that you think being autistic make you a better GM, other than, you know, reading the entire rule book sometimes? Maybe that's it. Maybe that's the reason.
I think role-playing games, especially tabletop role-playing games, can require a lot of collaboration and a lot of communication that doesn't normally happen outside of that space. A lot of it is, I would say typical communication is very like automatic and fluid, and why it causes me stress. And the role-playing games allow a space for us to slow down, talk about talking, meta-communicate what's going on, what is your intention as a player, what is your character's intentions and motivations, how are those all working? They get voiced in a way that doesn't normally occur. And the skills I have learned to navigate regular life effectively, I think, make me a better game master, because it prompts questions that might not be prompted otherwise to facilitate the game going in a healthy direction. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, that made a lot of sense.
I think for me there are two things. One is pattern recognition. The thing that clicked in my brain about D&D, that I think in large part my autism and how I perceive the world helped, was understanding the pattern of gameplay, of how the system works, of the rhythm of gameplay, and knowing that rhythm. And I think what you said earlier about like looking under the hood and understanding how it works, that clicked with my brain, and recognizing that pattern, which makes it really helpful for me to take a story and be able to deconstruct it, or when something goes wrong, knowing how to still bend the story so that it works in the direction I had been vaguely planning. And it also helps as a game designer when I'm designing things, knowing the rhythm of play and knowing those patterns, being able to break things down and understand those intrinsic patterns in the work and in the game system has been super helpful. The second thing is spite. I very much ascribe to the saying that spite is a disabled virtue, and I originally got way more vocal about my autism diagnosis because there was a subsection online that was very vocal in saying that autistic people couldn't and shouldn't play D&D because it's too social for them, and how could they do it? How could they deal with it? They can't deal with it. They shouldn't be playing, which is wrong. And at the time, I wasn't public about my autism diagnosis, but I had done a lot of work with some really prolific people in the D&D space. I'd worked with Matt Colville, I'd worked with D&D Beyond at that time, and I knew I had a platform and a voice And I needed to show people that not only were those people wrong, autistic people could play D&D and they could thrive in the industry. And so that my journey with my autism is intrinsically linked with my journey as a game designer. And I am both angry and so very glad about it. I wish I had never had to be so spiteful about it, but I am so dang proud every day to prove those people wrong.
Yeah, a lot of what other people have said, and also the excess of information that I give out, has a lot of people have come back to me and said, "Wow, Calamity! Like I've never been in a game where like I knew where to find the question, like the information for the questions I have. Like I have an entire reference doc that I give with like an introduction and like a summary and links, like." And especially for newer players, I'll even link like places to find resources and such. And people have said that that's really helpful, especially as newer players to get into things. So I think that for like to kind of add on to everything else for me, not only is it kind of that pattern recognition and everything, but also anticipating that and trying to plan for that ahead of time with like those reference docs and such.
I spend a lot of time in my head, you know, just like imagining stuff. And sometimes it's like, oh, I just like read this sci-fi novel and I'm thinking about it and like, what would it be like? What if this happened? And sometimes it's just like rehearsing an interaction I might have at work. But I spend a lot of time like up there thinking about what could be. And it's kind of wild to me that like, you know, there's like a joke in my last table where it was like, yeah, we're just the adults who get together once a week to make believe with each other, just like make pretend. And it's the high point of our week. And I think to take something like that where it's often a very sort of solitary internal thing and be able to collectively share that with other people and help people draw it out of themselves is, no matter how I go into the session feeling like, oh no, this is it, this is when it all falls apart, like just coming out of it, just buzzing, having that, yeah, opening up the thing a little bit and hanging out with other people. I don't know if that answer, I forget what the question was, but that part, yeah.
Yeah, for me, pattern recognition is a big thing in my life where I don't like a lot of like movies or TV shows because I watch like 5 minutes of it and then I know how it's going to end. And that's always like viscerally annoyed me as like a person. And so one of the things that I realized very quickly is that when I am, you know, DMing, I get to make the plot. And so I really make a point of subverting that and saying, you know, if this is going to be like a regular, you know, murder mystery movie or whatever, here's how it would end, but here's my ending. And so I think that, and I think that's again the ADHD autism warring inside of me. But that's I think my answer is that I think it just makes me a little bit more creative and a little bit more able to sort of break stuff down to its core components so I can take it and mix it up and make it a little bit more interesting and immersive for my players.
Thank y'all so much. This has been amazing. If I could get the slides back up for a second so that y'all can take a picture and remember to follow all these cool people on Twitter, because I'm sure they're going to keep doing amazing, cool work. Very excited about it. We're going to do a little bit of a lightning round. You've got like 10 seconds each for a final piece of advice that you want to leave the audience with today, or just a statement.
Don't work against your brain. You don't have to pretend to be normal or neurotypical. The minute I allowed myself to just be autistic and stop fighting against the urge to stim or the urge to like wiggle my hands or any of that, both at the table and just in my everyday life, it has become so much easier because I'm not wasting so much brain power trying to be something I'm not. So don't fight against your brain. Let it do its thing because it is not broken, and you don't need to fix it because it has never been broken.
I will say, and it's probably cheesy and oversaid, but just go for it. That's probably something that I've gotten ever since I started just kind of going for it and trusting my brain to figure it out, even though I've been told all my life that it's different or broken or whatever. I think that just kind of going for it and watching myself, even if things go wrong, figure it out. You have all the tools you need. You truly, truly do. You just need to figure out how best to use those tools in this setting, and you're gonna be fine. Just trust yourself.
That's actually my answer. Mastery and perfection is the enemy. You're good enough. And if any of us are impressive to you, if we've done a good job, it's because we're standing on a mountain of trial and error failures before we figured out how to do it. So just get to it.
Yeah, the players never get as far as you think they will. You have enough prep, it's fine. Steal everything. I'm stealing the spreadsheet thing. You had me at spreadsheet. And also make NPCs that really want stuff and they go after it, and they might be allies or enemies or whatever, and you don't have to worry about it. Just see if your players want the same things.
Mine is wholesome, but it's just, you're not alone. You know, look around, look at how many people showed up to this panel today. Like, you're not alone. There are so many incredible members of the community who are out there dealing with the same things that you are dealing with, you know, going through the same things. So reach out to them. Say, hey, how do you handle this or that or the other thing? There are so many voices in this community that want to help, that want to welcome you in, that want to support you, that want to give you the advice that they wish they had when they were in your shoes. So just don't underestimate the power of community.
Thank you all so much for coming. If you would like to say hi to the panelists or ask them questions, we're going to go out those doors and to the left over by the windows. Please go ahead and exit so that we don't all get in trouble for being in here longer than we are supposed to be. Also, if you enjoyed the panel, make sure that you tell PAX, fill out your panel survey so that they let us come back. So this is the panelists. Everybody get their photos. You know, follow on Twitter. And then here's the panel survey. Big round of applause for our panelists, as well as the tech crew who has been here all weekend. Thank you, everybody. All right, we will see you outside.
Yeah, point. I guess point. Oh, wow! It went
How
live.
close.
Dang. It's okay. We were just talking about being gay.
Yeah.
Hello and welcome to a very shikar panel. We're talking. We're talking about culture, conflict, D&D, and how sometimes all of these things mix up. But we're also talking about our weekly game, Shikar. I don't know if you've ever watched it or seen it. It airs Tuesday nights on twitch.tv/thatbrownsgirl at 6 p.m. But yes, we wanted to put together this panel not just to talk about our D&D game, but how through playing this D&D game, we all discovered a few things, and that is how culture kind of comes at this crossroads of being such a big part of D&D, but we kind of tread this very interesting sort of terrain now about like, what is appropriation? What is appreciation? And questions such as, like, can you play a character from a culture that's not from your own? I started this game set sort of in a world that I created that was heavily inspired by my culture. I'm Pakistani Indian. I'm Desi, is the easiest way to say it, Punjabi. And it was kind of a bit of an experiment because I brought people who are not Punjabi to the table. And one of the biggest feedbacks I got was how much they learned about me through this game. And one of the biggest questions I get is, how do you set a game in your culture with people that aren't from there, and how that can become an educational sort of opportunity? So I'm going to go down the line. We're all going to introduce ourselves, and then I'm going to ask them the question of how it felt to be in a world that might have seemed foreign to you, and whether or not it was difficult to play a character from a world that is foreign to you, because I think that could be a useful conversation for people watching at home and people here today. Thank you so much for coming by. I guess, well, yeah, let's just go down the line. Take it away, Balvin.
I'm first.
Yes, you're first.
You are.
It's also Balvin's first panel.
For my first D&D game ever.
Yes, I am Balvin's first DM, and this is Balvin's first D&D game. But yeah.
I'm Balvin, Lord Balvin. I play Ajax, a half-orc samurai fighter, part-time dad that tries his best at least. I stream and do content creation on my own time, but for the past year, this has been my life, basically. And I love it, man. And it's been really new for me, and I've learned a lot from all these great people up here, including my favorite right here, obviously.
I had no idea.
But yeah, it's my first game, my first panel, and I'm happy to be here.
Yeah.
Amazing. Xander?
Hello, I'm Xander Jeanneret, and on the show I play Scorpio, who is a half-elf monk lock. Halfway along the way, he made a pact that maybe he shouldn't have, and that's how you become a warlock. Hey! And then I've just had such a great time with this game and this character specifically. I'll go into it more, or we're just doing intros first, and then we'll go into more detail later. But I'm a TTRPG streamer, actor, based out in Los Angeles. Which is why it's so great that we're able to be here in one place all together, because we're spread out all over the country.
It's kind of the magic of like online D&D, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm Jasmine, that bronze girl Buller, and I'm the DM for this game. I'm a part of ACK Inc., which was a lot of fun last night. I blew some stuff up.
Yeah, I'll say.
And yeah, I've DM'd for Dimension 20. I'm a world builder / writer on Critical Role, and I'm the DM for Shakar as well as Last Call for Adventure.
Hi, I'm Persephone, aka Persephora. Oh, is it not on?
There you are.
Have I been off this entire time?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Good, definitely good. Hi, I'm Persephone.
It was me. I cut her mic.
You know, it's a smart idea to cut my mic at any given time. No one should hear me. No one should perceive me. I'm Persephone. I'm known as Persephorath online. I am probably best known for playing Sam Nightingale on The Seven, which is one of D20 seasons. I'm the DM of Fast Times at D&D High, and I play Mariah on Shakar, who was a cleric sorcerer, but is no longer a cleric because her god hates her and is dead. So, in that order.
That's a lot.
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
I'm Gabe Hicks, DM for Shriek Week on D20, senior game designer at Steamforged, cosplayer, voice actor. I play Valim, the half-elf druid paladin on Shakar, and
Paladruid.
Excuse me, we have to get it right. Yeah, I'm just happy to be here. Also, this is the first time we've all been in the same place together.
Yeah. We get excited. I'm gonna try to get them into Warhammer so we can all play after the.
Also a Pennsylvania local, so welcome on in.
Oh yeah. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, so I'd like to open up the question to you all. How did it feel playing in a world that maybe felt foreign, and playing as someone in that world, to contextualize that for people that might be shy to play in a setting that might be Asian or African or something that's like not what they're used to?
It was awesome.
I could start off with that. When you approached me to do this show, it was sort of at the height of the pandemic. So we were still sort of isolating, and we were creating this D&D show over, well, it was Zoom or vMix or whatever we were using. And at that time, because we were so isolated, my cousin is actually a Buddhist monk, and he does teachings. And because everything was locked up, he was doing these digital sort of talks, these Dharma talks, and it was sort of high-level Buddhist stuff that I would love to listen to and sort of meditate to as well. And so I wanted to bring that sort of element into Shakar, especially with Scorpio in the beginning. When I was making the character, I hadn't played a monk before, and I saw on the character sheet the striking could be hitting with a hand, a foot, or head. And I was like, what if I made a monk that was focused on headbutting only? And then from there, okay, he headbutts only, that causes memory loss. Like, it's causing brain damage. And so that was the fundamental like essence of Scorpio, he has this past life that he's trying to forget by hitting things literally with his head, so that he has this memory loss issue, but has been taught these teachings of this monastery that has taken in this sort of memory-issued half-elf. And so I loved incorporating the lessons that I would learn sort of that week into whatever we were doing in the play. And it's just been a welcoming environment for that, because I felt like sometimes when I say something as Scorpio, that we have a connection of like, oh, this is an inherent belief that like life is suffering or something like that. And that's just been really, really nice to have that space to play in.
We actually talked about that right before this panel started, because I'm wearing a shirt that says death is like taking off a tight shoe.
Yeah.
And people find it to be depressing, but I'm sick, and I know that like you've been like learning about Buddhism. I don't know, are you Buddhist?
Well, I haven't identified as such, but I like, there's a Japanese phrase, itokodori. You take little bits from everything and sort of shape your own spirituality.
And so for us, like, it's not depressing. It's like, oh, death is relief because life is pain, and there's like beauty in that. But
Right.
I know that not everybody at the table has a character that would necessarily believe
looking
that.
at me.
No reason.
You guys are crazy.
I'm done. I missed something.
So I'd like to talk a little bit about what happens when we start to bring in culture, religion, beliefs that matter very deeply to us as players and as characters. What happens when there's conflict there, and how do we deal with that as people that are very close but also have a streamed game?
I'll do this one. And I know who I'm looking at right now.
Ooh, Seffi, wow.
You're looking at me.
No, this game was my first time meeting everyone here as well. So I went from like session 0 to playing. And we all clicked very early. Like, I love everyone here. It's been great. But obviously, it's my first game as well. I don't know how the boundaries are always set in the beginning. So whenever you argue or have any kind of like conflicting ideas, it's kind of hard to read, like, is this just a game or is this us too, right? And there was a time in the very, very beginning, sir.
Yeah, it's me.
Where there wasn't like bad, but I wanted, before it might have got bad, I was like, am I crazy? Let me hit him up and see. Yeah. And then I went to Philly and beat him up. And then, no, I
Oh,
we don't admit to crimes on stream.
I literally DM'd him, was like, you want to play a game and talk? And he was like, yeah, sure. Yeah. And I said, this is good, right? Yeah. Then it was done. That was it. And we played the game for just like 4 hours.
Oh my God.
There was after that it was good, because it was simple as just, hey, was this interaction okay?
Yeah.
And then, and after that, we've had a lot more check-ins since then. Yep. But opening that door up in the beginning made it very easy for other ones to happen, because it's not as serious anymore. It's like, okay, we're good, right? We're good. Keep it moving.
And like Balvin was the only one that I didn't know directly through any way. It was like, I knew he was a streamer, but didn't know anything about him. We sat, talked, played games, talked about like what we wanted for our characters, and now like they're like brothers. And like when conflict happens, like Balvin and I are like DM each other for like an hour after the game ends, like every Tuesday. Like, that's my homie now.
I love you, man.
I think for me, so I joined Shakar after the first year, so I'm a late addition, and like coming into a game where the cast and the setting is already established is in its own way sort of a conflict, because you're filling or adding a space where there wasn't one before. So it's like you're kind of starting behind a little bit. It's like when you have a season of a show and they introduce a new character, and it's like, are they going to love it, or are you going to be Dawn from Buffy? Like, are they all going to hate you? So
Shots
like,
fired.
I was like, oh God, what am I going to do? But like, that is something that talking to the other players in the campaign sort of mitigated, Even though I was a late addition, they sort of embraced me. And going off of the sort of like cultural standpoint, I am also a DM, and I've also done something similar to Shakar that's not open to the public yet, based on my heritage, which is Caribbean, and basically I'm a mutt. Just I'm like European, black, all over the place. So like when you told me about Shakar and about this sort of like Miyazaki-ified Punjabi game, I was like, okay, this is something that I've done in a similar way. And like it's like when you're invited to join a table where there's a big part of it is someone else's culture, it's like an honor. It's like you are being invited not just to share a world and a mind space with a group of people and a DM that's created a world, but something that is directly inspired by something that means a lot to them. So for me, it was like, this is something that I need to take seriously. Yeah, it's fun, but it's also something that like you need to respect, you know?
Yeah. That's actually really interesting. So I'm going to add that question to my mental Rolodex now. What precautions do you guys take as players to be like, oh, let's, is there a trepidation? Do you feel scared? And what would you like to tell our audience about like what that experience is like playing in a setting that is so foreign to you? How did you approach it? And what did you find to be helpful? And mentally, how did you go into that? Gabe, you're bouncing up and down.
When you are playing in a story with someone that you can trust, it is so easy. Diving into this world that you made, Jasmine, where it is learning about different types of characters, different clothing, different food. I know you can see the joy on our face when you're describing someone's attire and what it's made of. When you're talking about what food is like, and then we'll ask you like, what's the texture? Like, what's the smell?
Yeah.
If you can trust someone to tell this story with you, buy in and then opt in and just get excited. Like there was no moment when I was nervous about messing something up, because I knew that I could talk to you about any questions that I had. I knew that you would trust me to come in a way that is true curiosity, and you are going to guide us through an experience that you wanted to share with us. And if you want to share that with us, then like there's no reason not to dive in with open arms.
Yeah.
I still think about like, I think it was something wrapped in some sort of like leaves. And I think there was rice that I obsessed over as Valim for like 2 weeks outside of it. And I was like rolling for myself to see if I thought he could try to figure it out. No, that's why I never brought it up. But it's the way that you dive in. When you show your excitement, there's like no other feeling but excitement that's contagious.
I will say too, there is a slight difference for people who are looking for tips or anything like that between something that is produced for streaming and for that sort of content and like your home game, because there are different levels that you can play it as well. With a home game, you can check in a lot more often, and whereas we could say after the fact, hey, was that okay?
Yeah.
At a home game, you can do it right in the moment and just be like, hey, I'm curious about this, or what would that be like? But for the on-stream stuff, it's just been such a great welcoming environment. That's just what Gabe was saying. Like, because you offer these gifts to us in role play and in the world, it just enriches it that much more. And you sort of connect the dots. You're like, oh, that's why this looks this way. That's why this tastes this way. That's why, the mango festival or whatever it is, Yeah.
It's based off a real mango festival.
Yeah. And I think for me, it's been like everything they just said, also just asking questions as well. Because not only am I like my first D&D game, this is the first time this world has been used. Shakar is unique to you. It pulls from everything, but it's mainly you it's pulling from. So if I wanted to do something, I remember I asked you one day, I was like, Bronze, what is the equivalent of cargo pants in this world?
Yeah.
Because I want cargo pants. And you gave me the equivalent to cargo pants. That weren't cargo pants, but they were cargo pants. But I asked first because I wanted that, but I don't know how to describe it. And just asking you straight up makes things so much easier than trying to assume and be wrong. I trust you and you trust me to do these things properly, right?
I have a spicy question to you. Has there ever been an instance where we have messed up at some point and you sort of were like, that's not exactly right, and you haven't said it?
I want to know this. I hope it's me. Make me feel things.
I actually don't think there has been. I think there was maybe, so we have a child NPC in the game.
Together, we are with child.
Yeah, we are with child. A very queer family.
Yeah.
And this child is a warlock, and there was a lot of judgment regarding her initially. There was a lot of people that were like, what kind of fucked up person would turn a child into a warlock? How does this happen? But it was based off of a book I read when I was foolishly trying to learn French. And I got it from the United Nations because I used to do competitive debate and model United Nations. It's a very deep cut. So I was in New York for a convention, and we got lucky enough to have like our opening ceremony at the United Nations building.
Wow.
And they had a book in French about an Indian girl who's going to get water from the river. And I kept it because I was like, oh man, if I ever have kids, I'm going to read them this story time book. And how because of climate change, the river was so far, and she like almost dies because she has to walk so far.
Oh.
And that was the inspiration. They've never heard this before. That was the
That's way
inspiration
cuter.
for Lulu.
But it makes sense with
a
her
child
backstory.
who went to get water for her family, got lost, and a deity helped her by giving her a fraction of their power.
Oh my God, I feel so bad.
And the way Gabe specifically was like,
No, Valim.
I should say Valim specifically was like, I don't trust this kid. This is some messed up shit. It's
That
fucked
little
up.
child tried to drown another child for a monkey.
We should also state that this child is more powerful than everyone. At the party.
Yeah.
She's higher level.
And
And a good student.
I think that was like the closest I got to like, if they do something to this kid. But the thing is, we talk about, I know like people get upset about RPG safety tools, right? Which is kind of fucking stupid.
Yep.
Pardon my French.
Not that the tools are stupid. The fact that people get upset about using them is stupid.
Because everyone's like, it's
PR.
just a game. How can you get upset? But the thing is like, we all have skin in the game, right? And it sucks when you, like the beauty of telling a story together is we're telling a story together. But it sucks when someone else's telling of the story messes up what you're trying to do. And so it's funny because like we have safety tools, but I think like we have other ways of checking in.
Yeah.
And you know, for me, one of my big ones is like, oh, like hurting children.
Right.
And that's might seem simple until it's like, what about a kid that doesn't age?
Right.
What if this kid is actually like 40 years old? And that's where like the conversation gets more nuanced. And I think we need to bring nuance back into conversations about RPGs instead of slapping labels like appropriation or don't play characters outside your race or don't do all of this. Like it is a nuanced conversation. So thank you for that question, Xander. It was really great. And my question to all of you is like, where does that nuance exist for you? Like, what, you know, outside of an X card, because sometimes things are not exactly X card worthy. What is that gray area like? How do you tread it? And how have we developed this like sort of environment of being open and honest and respectful of each other? Because I think people could maybe benefit from it.
Yeah. I think I feel comfortable enough. We have like a group chat that's outside of everything like that, that we do sort of check in on each other for. And there have been moments where someone does something and it's like, oh, I didn't know that made me uncomfortable. But it wasn't until like after the fact and like ruminating on it or something like that. But I think just having that open dialogue is really important. So if something does happen on stream, I'm comfortable enough to take that conversation offline and have it be a private thing as well.
Something I also want to say, and this is sort of me getting on a soapbox, and that is, say something happens, and like you say you were fine with it in the moment, and then you're not fine with it, and you ruminate on it for a while, and you feel like it's been a long time, and you're anxious about bringing it up, and you don't think you should bring it up. Bring it the fuck up.
Yeah. It'll come out other ways.
Talk about it, otherwise it's just gonna get worse.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't matter how long it's been since an event. It doesn't even matter if you've already talked to them about it.
Yeah.
You can talk to this person again about the incident. Like, communication is the only way to grow and like to make sure that you're having as much fun as possible at a table. It's also the only way to keep a table going.
Yeah.
Because these unresolved conflicts kill tables, and that's not just true for stream games. That's true for all games. Yeah.
Sevi, you and I have talked because like Valim is kind of a shit.
Yeah.
And like, oh yeah, no, 100.
But I mean, Mariah's also immature as fuck.
And you and I have like had conversations about like we always make sure that we are good when they are not.
Yes.
And then we'll talk about how do we get them to be good so we can feel ourselves back through them.
Yeah, and like
it's a huge difference.
It's also one of the things is that not only am I coming in late to Shakar, my character is being introduced late to Shakar. So there's already an established dynamic, and she's outside of it. So there's that level of
hard.
distrust.
Yeah.
It's hard. It like there was no reason for when my character Mariah showed up for any of these people to trust me or go along with me.
You scared us at first.
I mean, what do you want? She's a witch from a bog. Like, what do you want from me?
That's fair.
But yeah, like it's things that are conflicts in games, and also like I don't know how many of you are familiar with the concept of bleed. Familiar with that?
That's
okay.
a lot of nods.
So here's the thing about bleed. Bleed happens. It happens whether you are role playing, whether you're acting, whether you're doing improv, whatever. Like you are portraying a character's emotions, and the more closer they get to you and how you feel, the more you get bleed. Talking about those things is important. And you need to not shame yourself for bleed and not shame yourself for feeling some type of way about you all playing pretend, because all of us here know that D&D tabletop games are games, but they're more than games.
Yeah.
You're invested in this. You're invested in your character. You are sharing this mind space with your friends, presumably, and it becomes very important. And that being important is not something that you should downplay. It's something that you should take note of and then make sure that you take that into account when you're communicating with the people at your table.
That's amazing. Thank you.
No problem.
Sort of piggybacking off of that too, a different sort of culture and conflict too is maybe different styles of role play. I know that I find myself as a person, I'm sort of like conflict averse. I try to make sure everybody's happy and da-da-da, but leaning into an argument that's like a sibling argument or a parent and child argument and letting it actually play out and having that safety to be able to just have those thoughts and to let stream of consciousness happen and know that everything is okay and that we can sort of resolve it together. And I've found myself really, you know, living in that uncomfortable moment to be somewhere that I could grow.
I think like discomfort is okay to a degree because sometimes discomfort can be growth.
Right, right.
And this is actually a perfect segue into like something I wanted to talk about, which is that diversity has almost like kind of become a buzzword, but diversity extends like beyond like culture and race are not the same thing.
Neither is diversity or inclusion.
Yeah, yeah. And it's one of those things where it's like your race does not equal your culture. And oftentimes people will ask me the question, oh, well, I want to play an Indian character. And in my mind, see that discomfort we're talking about? It's an okay question to ask, I think, because I don't think it comes from a bad place. But I think we have to talk about like the motivation behind it, right? Is it you just want to play a brown character that wears pantaloons? Or is it you have a friend that studied in Mumbai and is a professor? Because you might not necessarily need to play an Indian to play that character. Maybe you do, but it's good to examine the motivation behind it. And I'd like to hear about your motivations behind when you play a character from your culture versus when you play a character not from your culture. Like, I wanted to, I don't know if that's like a very confusing question. I'm really sorry if it is.
I understood it. Did y'all understand?
Head nods.
I gotta be real. I often don't play characters that are outside my culture. Well, not necessarily like the setting is. Like the setting and like obviously my character is from Wickerfen, which is created in your world. All of the game has like different cultural references, but most of it is Punjabi. That's different than like, I don't really play a non-black character. Like I also don't tend to design characters that are darker skinned than me or lighter skinned than me. And that's usually because part of it is because for so long when I was playing games, like I'm gonna tell y'all a story about a character that I played for a few years. And like, in typical fashion, she did not have living parents, or so she thought. And then the DM gave her living parents, and they were both white. And I was like, specifically, I had said that this character was not white, and I was like, okay. Wow. So part of that is me countering the fact that like faces like mine don't necessarily get the same representation in games. And then the reason I don't usually play people who are darker skinned than me is because I feel like there's a certain level of discomfort with taking that on, because I am black, but I am light skinned black, and I know the sort of like struggle of being dark skinned, especially being a dark skinned femme. And like, I don't think that I am capable of portraying that in the game. And even if that doesn't come up, there is an aspect of that to every sort of like person that occupies that sort of like, that has that sort of skin tone. So I don't tend to do that. Like, I'm great with adding, basically when I take on a game like yours, I'm thinking of how do I add cultural aspects from your background that you're putting in the game to my own. And how do I portray that? Because like Mariah is black in my head, but like her culture and the culture that she's from is not my culture, which is, you know, American and Caribbean and a bunch of other stuff, because I told you I'm a mutt.
I mean, her last name is Zehar, which means poison.
And you gave me that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And like, that was like sort of like one point of like, I was trying to come up with a last name, and you gave me that, and that was sort of like combining other things. So I tend to think of things in like,
Mariah's my drag daughter.
yeah, exactly.
House of Zehar.
Yeah, it's like combinations for me rather than substitutions. I don't know if that was too rambly, but yeah.
No, it's good.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
It's hard. Well, it's hard because for me, I don't feel like I'm almost always playing characters outside of my culture, because when I'm playing in fantasy, you don't, especially lately, get black culture in fantasy. And if someone asks me what that means, it's so hard to feel like I can define it, because if I start defining it, then it feels like it's Eurocentric fantasy or it's Eastern Asian fantasy. And black fantasy is honestly a modern concept. It's not even at that point African fantasy, which is probably the closest thing, but then it doesn't have the same experience. So it's almost like learning what Gabe's experience has been and how it relates. So like my southern mother, who has taught me about foraging and is the reason that I climb trees, leans into Valim being so interested in nature and pursuing it. And that's just lived experience that manifests in fantasy characters. But like, if I'm running a game, pretty much every character is black, and unless I say otherwise, just because it's trying to populate my worlds with people that look like me but aren't caricatures of me.
Actually, I'm gonna single out Balvin on this one, because we have a lot of friends, I'm very lucky enough, that watch our Twitch channel, that watch the show, that have never seen a game of D&D before. And that's one of my passions, is like bringing people who've never been into D&D into D&D.
It's like missionary conversion, but good.
And they all have this like attachment to Ajax. And this is one of those things, like I said, it's a little uncomfortable, but I have to ask, like, Ajax is very relatable to people because of a certain set of experiences. And I don't really know the politically correct way to say that. But how did you do that? Because you said, oh, what's this world's equivalent of cargo pants? Like, as a first-time D&D player, how did you make Ajax so relatable to people that are like that have your set of lived experiences?
To kind of piggyback off what Gabe said, like when it comes to, I guess, black culture and these kind of settings, it's, when you think about it, what I've put in Shakar, it's really easy to work with you because we talk about it and we're very close friends. And I didn't even think about it in the process of making it, that like Ajax is a lot like me and a lot not like me at the same time. I want to clarify that. But in the setting that I envisioned him in would be a similar situation to mine, where he came up in a rough area. Some would define it as the hood, right? But I'm not gonna call it that in Shakar, right? But that's what it is in my mind. that's what I envision in my head, is that in the situations that he's been in could be similar to mine, similar people that I've met, even if they're not named NPCs. In my head, Ajax has had bigger brothers or bigger homies similar to mine. And like Gabe said, when you think about it, it's not as simple in other settings to do that because there's not a place for that in a lot of fantasy, right? Especially something like mine. So when I was making the character, I legit just was pulling all these things from me and me and me and me. And I remember there's even been times where like I've got my hair braided, or not like a long braid, like cornrows, right? Or wearing, getting that's not a scarf, it's a shawl, right?
Yeah, it was a shawl.
Instead of wearing it like like you would wear it traditionally, I wore it as a bandana. Right?
Yeah.
Like I tied it around my head. And that's just second nature for me because that's how I would imagine him wearing it. Because even though he's a half-orc and we don't know who his dad is, to my head, he's just been black the whole time.
I think that
Wow, that was like actually like so deep.
I think that's part of why Ajax and Valim got along. It was because like manifesting a black fantasy experience and some solidarity and being like, okay, like we're not necessarily outcasts, but we're like outsiders learning how to live in this world. And like that's I think that's also a difference in the way that you build this world, Jasmine. Because it's not coming into fantasy feeling like an outcast, it's coming into fantasy feeling like an outsider. But you don't have to stay an outsider when people bring you in. If you're an outcast, it's people actively shunning you.
Right. And I've created, the way I facilitated that is, I will say when we did character creation on our session zeros and stuff, it was more than one session zero.
Yeah.
I will say it was a learning experience for me. I know that y'all have been saying you learned a lot from me about being Punjabi, but I've learned a lot from everyone here, you know, even from you, Xander. Yes, I've learned so much about like, you know, like gender, sexuality, like things like that. It's been, and I've learned so much from.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
So
Balvin's turned gay because of our game. But we joke Balvin's an ally 6 days a week and he's gay on Shakar.
But having that level of like comfort to make that joke is amazing.
Right. Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because the joke is literally 6 days out of the week I'm the token straight.
Right.
But Tuesdays I'm gay for 2 hours.
Yeah.
Did Ajax almost kiss Leander?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, several times.
He danced and locked eyes.
Danced. Yeah.
The tension was crazy.
Yeah. Well, I think that brings up a great point to people at home too, and exploring culture and gender identity and sexual orientation. Role-playing games are a great way to do that. And if you feel that sort of like gender euphoria or something that's sort of like, oh wait, maybe I should pay more attention to this.
And it's similar in a way, like when you're taking part of a game that's of a different culture than yours, you're learning empathy and you're learning different ways of being and existing. And like one of the things that I want to go along with why I don't play necessarily characters that are like super drastic, not culturally, but racially from me, is because I lost track of my thought. Oh my God, I had it. It's because I'm brain dead. It's fine.
It's okay. I'll vamp for you.
Yeah. Okay, please do it.
But yeah, I learned from all of the players, and when we were doing our session zero, I was like, wow, like Valim's approach to blackness is very different than Ajax's approach. I love that you're on opposite sides because it was like I said, it was a learning experience for me of, you know, like someone black from the South versus like someone black from Texas, and some of the stories you've told me in the lingo, I've picked up, I guess, like, you know, joking that like, well, you're a civilian now, and people saying, oh, was Balvin in the army? If you know, you know. And it's one of those things where I had to learn, okay, I need to create NPCs for these characters to feel safe around and to bring them in and let them know it's okay. But the NPCs I would create for Valim are very different than the NPCs I would create for Balvin. And I know like it's probably like you're not a GM that's from the hood. How would you do that? And it was like paying attention to what was going into Balvin's character and creating characters that were morally ambiguous, that were trying to get by, that maybe did things that a good party wouldn't approve of because they made your character feel comfortable.
Right.
And in some ways, I kind of created your crew
Yeah.
out of characters I had already played that had that had dubious past, that had done time,
Yeah.
because that was what was comfortable for you. And some of that is like conversation, and some of that is being empathetic as a DM. Whereas a lot of the characters I've created for Valim, like Breeze, are people that also live in the wilds, have a fundamental distrust of people, assume that the interaction is always going to go bad. And those interactions have sometimes been rocky, but they've also allowed you, I think, like to kind of feel like, oh, it's okay for Valim to feel cautious of people out of the gate because he's surrounded by NPCs that are doing the same thing.
Something I don't know if you realize that you've done for Valim is, for me, a lot of my Black experience has been finding found family, especially in the tabletop space, especially living in Bumble Truck, Pennsylvania. And that's happened with Valim a lot. And I didn't think about how important family was to him until I think about in the last like 10 sessions we've played, Valim has talked about, he freaked out about potentially losing a new dad. He talked about like losing his adoptive grandmother. He talked about losing his family that are his friends, and the importance of family in a Black experience is one hell of a thing.
I remembered what I was going to say. Okay. So, be proud of me. I have really bad
Made the
ADHD,
wisdom
and I
say.
did
Yeah.
not take my Adderall this morning.
Oh,
'cause I am silly. So the reason there was a big shift in the kind of characters I play towards characters that are more like me when I transitioned, because it's more of an exploration of self rather than
Yeah.
an exploration outside of myself,
Mm-hmm.
which is completely different than when I DM, because you're playing everyone, and that's like how I explore outside of myself is with NPCs now
Mhm.
rather than my PCs.
Mhm.
So like when I'm digging into a PC, it's like not necessarily like they're super similar to me, but they explore an aspect of something internal to me. And like that's not always the case for everyone else. Like a lot of people want to experience something that's completely different and outside themselves, even if it's still you experiencing that through a lens of a character. But for me, it's like so much of my life pre to transition was trying to get away from myself and trying to find something completely outside myself. And now it's like trying to find those different places that are actually inside of me and like reveling in them or exploring them. That's sort of why, another reason why I don't intend to play characters that are like necessarily outside my race, even if they're outside my culture. That makes sense, everyone?
Yes.
Yeah.
Cool. See, I can have thoughts.
Before we go to our question and our question section, I don't know if we're gonna have any questions. If not, we're really good at just talking. I don't know.
That's true.
You could.
You should all
Yeah,
ask me if
mics.
I'm single,
You
because I
could.
am.
You could
Don't
probably
ask
have
me
us
that.
Now they don't have to
up
ask,
here
Steffi.
talking for
Listen.
a while.
Ask me the phone number.
I want to talk a little bit about you, Xander.
Me?
Yeah. You elicited tears from me last year.
Oh yeah.
Because on we have a celebration called Diwali, and I had been missing a particular sweet we call them kher, and they're like basically toys made out of sugar. They're really bad for you. And you made one.
Yeah, so the full story behind that is when Scorpio leveled up with that warlock level, he got a familiar, right?
Yeah.
And it was the theme of that episode was like candy based or something like that.
That's
where
where
the-
that came from? Oh my God.
Yeah.
It's blowing my mind. I
Yeah,
wasn't there for that. Sorry. keep
Yeah,
going.
yeah. And so it already came up, Kale, as a concept, and I knew that I wanted, because we had explored a little bit of Scorpio's mysterious backstory was sea themed. So he was a pirate captain in the past life. That I wanted it to be the seahorse. And when I was out like grocery shopping or something like that, they had little models and sugar and white chocolate that you could like pour in, and one was like seashells and a seahorse. And so when Diwali came up, I was like, oh, I can make like this little thing. And I tried. One of it failed, but then then making it out of white chocolate helped. And so it was fun to have like, I come from a LARPing background, having what we call a phys rep, a physical representation of something. It was great. Yeah. So I texted her.
Yeah, full tears. I was like, Xander celebrating Diwali. And that kind of brings me to like something about when we talk about appropriation versus appreciation. And I'd love to get everyone's input on this too. once again, culture goes beyond like your skin color, right?
Yeah.
It
Has
goes,
to.
everyone has culture. White people have culture. You do. guys,
It's
I
called
promise.
bacteria. I'm joking. I'm joking. Also, like, let's be very clear. I'm gonna so I'm a
Well,
sensitivity
it was
consultant.
fun. I liked having a show all
Okay,
week.
sorry. So, whiteness doesn't have a culture. However,
White people have a culture.
yes. So, like, if you're Irish, Italian, like that. Those are your like.
Even if you're
cultural
from the Midwest.
Yeah.
I'm just
Yeah.
saying.
But the
there's-
reason
there's
the
a culture.
reason for that is that whiteness as a concept is this is going way too high level.
You are. You are.
But like it's the difference between
I'm trying to not confuse them, Seven.
okay, fine, I'll stop.
You got culture.
Yeah.
Yes, you have culture, and your culture, when you stop and think about it, is your cuisine. It's the recipes you got from your grandma. It's the stories that your uncle tells you about how you came to America, because we're all immigrants. Sorry to break it to you. I'm not the only one. Everyone is, unless you're indigenous, in which case I'm sorry that we came here.
Yeah.
But it's those things, and so when we talk about appropriation, it's when you sever the meaning. To me, I don't dislike like you making something for Diwali or even celebrating for Diwali, because it's the opposite. You're engaging in it. You're not taking something that is inherently thisy and saying, this is, I love Ren Fair, but people do this at Ren Fair a lot, where it's like, or a great example, Firefly. Loved Inara, did not understand why she was wearing a lenga.
Right.
People love this show, and I liked it too, but it was such a weird, I'm like, is that the prostitute outfit? Like, it was so divorced from thisism. But would I be okay with people wearing Indian clothes? Yes. I actively give my friends Indian clothes. I give them like Indian last names. Because it's doing the opposite. It's not saying, oh, this is a sci-fi outfit. This is a, Argonian maid outfit. It's like, it's not a costume. It's like, this is a black person or an Asian person or, a white person wearing a lenga in the right cultural context. And what are pieces of this game where you've shared something that was personal to you with the table? How did you bring something personal to you in?
Why are you looking at me?
Look at you.
Because we all know.
Because you looked like you were looking up like you were thinking of something, so that's why.
I was thinking, yeah.
Because out of all of us, I
got there
think
yet.
you've brought the most of yourself.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Jeez. Oh my.
I mean, I didn't say that.
Oh my goodness. No, I'll go back to the very beginning, honestly. One of the ways that me and Gabe clicked very well, even after before we had a personal conversation.
Yeah.
Like we would already have inside jokes of just referencing things outside of the game and putting them in the game, like dances and dapping each other up and like just stuff like that. You know,
We are really black.
yeah, I know. And it's been really cool to just throw in, like, sometimes Ajax will slip into my dialogue, right? My lingo. He'll say things that I would say. And it's cool because the area he's from is such an open book. It's not defined, right? There's not, we've been there, we've heard about it, but we don't know everything about it. So I get to kind of design my experience for that, right? So that lets me do things like the cargo pants thing, or wear the shawl as a bandana rather than.
Or Valim saying that you're half orc, half bitch.
Yeah.
I had to work that in. I said I was going to before the panel.
I didn't have to say it this time.
It was me.
It's not my culture per se, but it's part of it now, I guess. Thanks
Listen, it was a rocky transition, but I had to.
Thanks. It's funny, man. I got. Why did you bring that video back up yesterday? For what? For what video? For what reason? I'm asking you. I'm asking you. You. No, him.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
What happened?
Sorry, I was distracting him because I said I've also had a rocky transition.
That killed.
That was good.
Well, okay, so bringing ourselves into the game, this is the longest running campaign that I've ever been in.
Me too.
It's one of my longest too, yeah.
It blows my mind.
Yeah.
And
Actually, I think it's my longest now too. I think it is.
Gabe,
Yeah.
And it's because we're so good at communication.
that's true. Bringing into the game, Gabe personally still kind of has a fear of death.
Mhm.
Death is a beautifully
like
natural
taking
thing.
off a tight
Yes,
shoe.
it is. And it is a beautifully natural thing. So bringing that awareness of like Valim's fear of death, but the conversations that we have about it just happening and being a cycle
Mhm.
is so unintentionally cathartic and interesting. Valim is a chaotic hellion, and he might have a lower sense of self-preservation, but he's Gabe always has a backup plan when things start going really badly, and that has started to go away when these people are in danger, and it's that level of fear of death that's come into the character that has been so interesting in a world where so many people acknowledge that death is just a truly like natural, beautiful, peaceful thing.
Yeah, no, now that you mentioned that, I completely forgot. I grew up Christian, but Ajax has been more so atheist than anything.
Yeah.
But it's more so been atheist out of resentment
Yeah.
for losing so much, going through so much pain, and that's something that I can relate to because I know my first time whenever I was young, when I questioned my religion or my God, was whenever I would lose people in my life, tragically at very young ages and all these different traumatic events. It's similar for him in that it really changed whenever he started to meet paladins and stuff like that, where in the world, this is all normal. There's different deities, there's different afterlives, there's different paths to go down. You can literally talk to your God if you want, if you're in that position too. But for him, it was just an idea of the guy in the sky, just like me. So it was really cool for me to learn in character and out of character about how these things work. But for him, it's been a very, very long journey because his very first love interest was a super paladin, super religious, and he's in super trouble right now.
Yeah.
But
Who doesn't know you have a bitch in a report?
Who also just learned that like you're a criminal.
Well,
sorry about that.
No.
Who is it?
We've all done things in life that we're not proud of.
I will say that one of the more recent things that I brought in to the game was that a little bit of spoilers, but Scorpio sort of regains some of his past life as a ship captain, and I got to live out my little Star Trek fantasy because I got to captain the ship, and I fully was like, this is me being a captain on a starship.
You were so happy.
I was so happy.
It was beautiful.
And because I'm gay, I play support classes all the time, so it was nice to be in charge.
Damn.
Be the
Wow,
leader
call
for
the
once.
shots.
Yeah.
I've never heard you just say that.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Did you have anything?
I think the things that I brought of myself to the game for Mariah, I think were mostly her loneliness and her comfort with objects that she uses with her merchant stuff. I'm not being a downer right now. I am. But even though I'm trans, Mariah's cis. When I created her, I made her cis, but I was also exploring there was a period of my life around my transition where there was a lot of severed relationships and stuff, and then in my childhood there was a lot of I was a weird kid, I was queer, people didn't like me, so exploring what the meaning of that is and the distrust that comes with it with people, and then trying to see how that sort of can be mitigated in a different way, with Mariah, that was sort of what I brought in for catharsis for me.
That's amazing. It's beautiful.
Yeah, and also downer, but whatever.
No, it wasn't. I liked it. Thank you so much for all being here. We're gonna open up the floor to questions. I don't know if we have any questions. There's, I think, 2 mics, one here and one here. We have about 10 minutes. So if you have one, feel free to line up at
Don't
either
be
mic.
afraid. We don't bite. We can't reach you from here.
Yeah, we can.
Hi.
Hello.
On the subject of conflict, was there ever a moment, a light bulb moment, either with this group or another group, where something that would have felt like a major thing you had to build up courage for suddenly felt easy, and you didn't realize until after you had that conversation?
Oh yeah, I'm not. It was was there did we ever have a conflict, a conversation regarding a conflict that we built up to be a lot, and then we had the conversation, it was easier.
Oh God, yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
I would like to say we have everybody here, it's like their longest running D&D campaign, myself included. I would be lying if I've said we've never disagreed on things. We actually do a lot. That was the point of this panel. I think a lot of D&D groups fall apart the first time they disagree. And we just had a conversation a couple of months ago, and I built it up in my head, and I looked to my friends for support. You know, I asked Balvin to be in on the Zoom call, and I checked in with everyone to see if I was like out of line, and we kind of came together. It wasn't one person's problem. It wasn't one player's problem. It became everybody's problem. And I think that's how big problems become small, is when we all come together and it's like, that felt weird, right?
Yeah, that's the big thing is like after the fact, and it hits everybody in different times. So you have to be open to the discussion at all times.
This is why you need to trust the people at your tables.
Yeah.
And ask them for support if something is like, this was your question, right?
Yes, and also, if like it got easier as it went on.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
The more you talk, the easier it gets.
The first time it was like, oh God, they're gonna hate me, they're gonna leave the game, they're never gonna talk to me again. And then after that, I was like, oh, we respect each other enough that wouldn't happen. And I think developing that respect allows you to be like, that was kind of whack that you did that.
Yeah.
And then you know this person isn't gonna flip a table or walk out. And if they do, is that even good for your mental health and the longevity of your table?
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question.
Let's take one over
We'll take
there.
one, yeah.
Hi, I'm Lemon.
Hello.
Hi. With any kind of diversity in a game, whether it's like racial and cultural or like gender and sexuality, whatever it is, when you're developing that kind of stuff and you're experiencing that kind of stuff through a TTRPG, there is always that kind of conversation that comes up about like prejudice and discrimination that people experience in real life. And obviously, like, before you start all that, you have consent and like conversations about what people are comfortable with experiencing. But how do you kind of go about like, because like obviously in a lot of systems there's like class discrimination against people who might be like like impoverished, or like personally as a queer person myself, like experiencing even like an NPC who maybe talks about experiencing like homophobia from a parent or something. Like, how do you kind of bring themes like that do exist to like address the fact that it exists in worlds with like, while still maintaining like a sensitivity about it, and like, you know, not like role playing someone who's being horrible and in a way that you wouldn't be comfortable being like.
Yeah. So if I understand the question right, it's how do you bring up real world issues in game, whether it's through experiences of an NPC or someone's backstory or something like that. Yeah, and I think definitely having the conversations ahead of time.
Yeah.
I've played in games where I flat out said like, hey, homophobia doesn't exist here, okay? I'm not in the mood. and normally that's one shots or whatever, but for an overarching story too, I think that's cool to call out to your DM, or if you are the DM, to make those proclamations as well.
I actually have an example, not from tabletop, but from LARP. So obviously, we don't like Nazis. But my friend,
More cheer.
yeah,
Yeah.
my friend who is Jewish ran a LARP that was heavily inspired by World War II, and we all got to stab Nazis.
Ooh.
And like, we did that because one, it's part of his cultural background. Like, this is like the whole Holocaust is a part of, you know, the fabric of his life, and then also it's like, we portray those people who are horrific as horrors that we can then overcome. It's catharsis. It's good for us to be able to defeat those like villains in storylines and stuff. So basically it comes down to trust.
And I think
and
like
talking.
playing the same game.
Yeah, you have to be on the same
And
page.
that's something we've actually done with Shakar, where we'll check back and be like, our tone is Inuyasha,
Right.
not Attack on Titan.
Right.
Because a player might be into Inuyasha, but not be into other like anime. And I think it's important, or maybe they're into both and they want that for another game, because I'll do sci-fi horror,
I'm always
psychological
into both.
horror, you know, and so I want to play both games, but sometimes I do check in with everyone and be like, remember guys, it's Inuyasha.
Right.
It's not Attack on Titan. Thank you so much for your question.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to squeeze in a couple more here before they kick us out.
Hi. You mentioned the ways in which you draw from
the ideas that PCs are bringing into their own, or the players are bringing into their own PCs at character creation. The main setting comes from your experience and your culture. Do you find that you draw on what the players bring to their PCs in the creation of other subcultures within the game? And do you have a process for doing that?
Excellent question.
Yeah,
100%.
yeah, really.
100% I do. I actually don't finish world building until after the session 0. Because I think like a lot of DMs will have like, well, that doesn't exist in this world, and this doesn't exist in this world. And I think like, I'm a writer. I like world building. That's my favorite. I love new campaign smell. So like,
Better than old campaign smell.
When Balvin told me he wanted to be from a rough neighborhood, I was like, gosh, you know, this world doesn't really have a Waterdeep. Let's make one. Let's make something like that. And I thought to myself, and I talked to Balvin about it, like, tell me, like, what kind of crimes did you do? Was it hard crime? Was it small crime? Was it petty theft? Were you doing it because you had no other way to move up, or were you doing it because that's just how you got by, or were you doing it because someone indoctrinated you into that? And that's where research comes in. A lot of DMs ask me, oh, I want to do something inspired by, you know, Punjab or something like that. How do you do that? Research. And if you're not willing to do the research, you probably shouldn't be dungeon mastering. You should probably be a player. And I know that sounds really mean, but you can't come into any campaign without doing research, because that's how you do right by yourself, and that's how you do right by your players. Thank you so much. That was an excellent question.
It really was.
Hi.
Hello, hello. That was a perfect segue for my question, which was about the thorny issue of becoming inspired by a culture or somebody you've met, maybe through travel or through reading, but having no exposure to someone to walk you through any of it, or even better, have someone who's willing to GM a game about it. How does someone want to dive into the fantasy of a foreign, like a new, unfamiliar culture or place with no exposure to people to talk to about it in a safe way? To be clear, I'm talking about home games, not stream games.
Yeah. I think making the distinction between home and stream game is really good. But
There's so many supplements written by incredible individuals of different cultures that they'll give you adventures, they'll give you settings, they'll give you backgrounds, they'll give you narrative. They've used consultants, and it's also people from those individual cultures. There was recently a Kickstarter for a Korean fantasy 5e supplement that was written by an entire Korean team, and it is dope as hell. And well,
Yeah. There's also stuff like Tales from Una and stuff like that.
It's genuine. And when they give you those adventures to run, they want people to run and experience them, and they're trying to guide you in a safe and comfortable way to do it.
The other thing too is that like, especially with like home games where you're not like streaming, because the internet can be a horrible place. Just talking to people of those cultures and asking their advice, and like also like reading, just like you said, like that's really what you want to do. It also like, a lot of people get on like the cultural appropriation train, but it depends on what you're pulling from these
also,
things. Like not everything is off limits.
Appropriation is very difficult to do in a home game, because like I said, appropriation is selling something that doesn't belong to you. And in a home game, you're just playing. But think about what about that culture really clicked with you. So if it was like a movie, like I love Train to Busan, what about that really stuck with me? And you might not even have to put your setting there. You might have someone from there that has like certain values, or, you know, eats certain food, and you could be just as inspired by like a tattoo artist from Ohio. And what is it about them that is so appealing to you? What's about, is it like the sense of community that they bring, being a good neighbor? And how do you bring that into your world? Because it could be an NPC, it could be an inn or a restaurant, or it could be a festival that's happening. So think about what about that culture is like speaking to you, and how you can bring that in. You might not even need to build an entire world, especially if you don't have the knowledge or someone to talk to help you do that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we have time for one more question before they kick us out.
Okay, so actually, I have one question that's kind of, okay, so two questions, but they dovetail. So you had mentioned earlier, and I'm sorry I wasn't quite here when you started. I kind of walked in a couple minutes late. So you had said that you're from a bumblefuck area of Pennsylvania. So I wanted to know which bumblefuck area?
Lancaster-ish.
Okay. Oh, like around Ephrata?
The Amish people, yeah.
Yeah. Woo, I love my Mennonites. Okay, so then my second question is, I live in another bumblefuck area of Pennsylvania, the Pocono Mountains.
Yeah.
Woo!
Woo!
Woo! Okay, so I guess my question is, how, knowing the bumblefuck people we live around sometimes,
Yeah.
how do you, have you ever been able to take things from the dungeon master world and situations you guys have encountered in your gaming and kind of, I don't know, apply them to
Real
your
life situations?
outside world
Mhm.
to facilitate the, I guess, expected responses from those people around you that may not be neurodivergent and think you're weird as fuck. Like, how do you do that?
One, I just stopped caring what they think.
Yeah, but what if it's like important for your existence?
Yes, these people have helped me realize the type of people I want to seek out in those areas.
Got it.
It's less about like going to these groups and presenting them and waiting for the people that are in those groups to really want to talk to me, and realizing there have to be people like these four that are in my area.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a pain in the ass finding them.
Yes.
But when you do,
Yeah.
you realize how much of a difference it makes.
Yeah. That's great advice. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I would also like to think that like there's assholes everywhere,
Yeah.
but there's like nice people everywhere too. And
Yeah.
it always shocks me because like I spent half of my life in India in Punjab, and people always talk about, oh, it's so unsafe there. Like there's so many poor people there. There's so many this, and it weirds me out. But I realize like, do they not see all of that same stuff here?
Right.
Yeah.
And so I know that like it's like, oh, I'm sure you have to deal with a lot of ignorance and a lot of
Yeah.
people that don't understand you.
Yeah.
And there might be a part of you that longs to be someplace where that wasn't the truth. But
Yes.
the reality is I promise you, you would still have that occasional experience in LA, in Seattle. Like we're right there with you.
You'd have it everywhere. You'd have it in New York. You'd have
Yeah.
it like, I mean,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And it's not necessarily, I think, about it being an unsafe neighborhood, because frankly, I've felt safer
Mhm.
in areas where people are like, oh, that's so unsafe,
Right.
than I've felt in my own community,
Yeah.
which I think is really sad in some cases.
Yeah.
So-
Thank you so much for the question.
You're welcome. Thank
Unfortunately, we
you.
have to go, but we do have a meet and greet in the signing area. And I think at 4.
We'll probably go right there.
Yeah.
So we'll make our way over there.
Want to ask us questions there or anything like that? Thank
Yeah.
you so much for
Thank
coming.
you.
Okay. Oh, wow, that happened really quickly. Hi, everybody. Are you having an amazing PAX Unplugged? Yes. Thank you for coming to one of the last panels of the weekend. That is some love. I appreciate that. This is Made with Brotherly Love, developing indie games in Philly. My name's Taylor. I run a little game shop called the Philly Game Shop. Maybe you've heard of it. Yay. I'm joined by these lovely independent game makers that you see here, and some in the audience too, I think. Hi, guys. On our panel, we have from previously Pluto Games, Kenneth Ohm and James Ellerby. Kenneth is the owner and artist at previously Pluto Games. James is the media production head. And right next to me, I have Heather O'Neill, the owner and designer at Ninth Level Games. All the way to the left here, we have Derek Skipper, owner at Guillotine Games, makers of Capital Punishment. And right next to me is Kate Oddie, a designer and illustrator and maker of First Descent. You may have seen it on the floor today. So I just want to really quick go down the line and have each of you tell the audience a little bit about your company, just a quick elevator pitch, if you will, if that's okay. Do you want to start from the left here?
Yeah, so
You're right.
I created Capital Punishment with my friends in the middle of the pandemic, and it's a game for people that love to argue and have a need to be right. So, yes.
So I designed and illustrated First Descent. It's my first game. We ran a Kickstarter last summer and just got copies in last month. So it is a climbing themed strategy game. And we're very excited to finally have it after 4 years of work.
Hi, everybody. Heather O'Neill from Ninth Level Games. I think I'm the veteran of this group. I've been in the industry since about 2012, and we publish board games and role-playing games. Mostly, I do a lot of the production and the actual business, but I do design board games and role-playing games as well. And I'm losing my voice.
Hello, I'm Kenneth Ohm. I'm the owner of Previously Pluto. We're an experimental game company. We make a lot of weird games. Our first release is a 1930s, 1940s film noir card game. It's very unique. We looked at the market. We didn't see anyone doing film, so we're like, all right, let's do this. And we launched a Kickstarter last year, and we finally have some copies at the con this year, which is awesome, despite all the manufacturing issues, as we all know.
We'll get to
And also, we also have a second game coming out that is the exact opposite of our first game, called Oddware. And it is a sci-fi visual novel about androids in space. So we're all about trying new things.
What he said.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So it turns out Philly is an awesome place to be a game maker. We have a huge inclusive community, some of whom are right here with us today, that's really supportive of small shops and creators, which has been just so important. But I'm going to let these folks here tell you about their unique adventures and misadventures in game making. Let's jump in. Okay, so how do we want to do this? Do you want to start and go down the line, or do you want to see who wants to talk about which topic when they come up?
Whatever.
We'll start down
We
the
just
line
jump
then.
in.
Okay, we're going to start with some easy peasy questions. What inspired you to make tabletop games?
So I can speak for me personally. My best friend had actually passed right before the pandemic, and it was kind of like a tribute to the types of conversations we would have in the bar that made us want to kind of create the game kind of like in his memory, because it brought back fond memories of times when we'd be sitting around talking, making jokes, and then random people would come up and join us. So that's why I initially got started making games. And that and the pandemic definitely helped, I'll say.
Yeah, so for me, I'm the kind of person that always has some kind of side project. I need to be busy all the time, and I've worked on a lot of other things over the years. And I was just playing games with rock climbers, which is another one of my hobbies. And it was like, wow, it would be really cool to have a game that we could play. And I naively thought, well, how hard could it be to make a board game? I'm sure I can do it. And, but yeah, like I said, it took me 4 years to figure out how to do it. So that's how I got started. But I found that it was something that I could really sink my teeth into. It was like, I'm not designing a game, I'm designing an experience. I'm meeting people, I'm learning a lot of new skills. I'm like, this can be my all-consuming project. So I fell in love with it very quickly.
Yeah, awesome. I also like to be busy. So I like to have a couple designs going, even if they never come to fruition. But basically, I already knew people in the industry and started attending conventions and getting more into board games, actually. And then had a really good idea for a game. It's like, should I work on this? Worked on it with a friend and my husband. And my husband was like, hey, I've been making role-playing games. Like, you can come, we can make that, we can sell it at the con, we can play test it, all this. And that was like the first time I thought, oh, I guess I could actually make a game. And here we are, like 11-ish years later, owning a company and like releasing 4 games a year. And I super love it. And like I feel like if it's for you, you're gonna get the itch and you're gonna like love designing it, because I also love bringing that experience to the table. That's my favorite thing about it.
For us, we pretty much saw that there wasn't that many prevalent video game companies in Philadelphia. So we wanted to change that and make some really, really weird games. So first thing we did was we looked through Kickstarter and looked at what was kind of missing. And that's why we found film noir. And I'm all about presentation, art, aesthetics, creating a mood and presence. And that's primarily what that was all about. We actually shelved it for like 6 years. And then during the pandemic, we're like, let's look through all our old game design documents. Oh, found it. Big shuffle. We owned the domain. Let's do it. Nice. And then we spent 2 years making all the illustrations. I did 80% of the art. Koi is the other illustrator, did all the giant jumbo cards. And yeah, and then we actually brought in James and found his production company, and he brought in all these actors, and you might see him at our booth. And we've been making a lot of cool live action shorts. We're doing like podcasts and stuff. You want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, so I got my start as an actor, and I do the Pennsylvania Renaissance Fair, and anybody who might know that.
Yep.
And as most Rennies know, we're all a bunch of nerds who love playing games. So once I started a production company to like get more actors involved, then Ken kind of met me at a Renaissance Fair, and we kind of took my love of gaming and love of acting and his love of game making and niche games and combined them into one. And now I'm sitting in front of you with a 1940s outfit on. But yeah, it's been an amazing journey taking something from our artistic concept and GDD design document and turning it into real life people selling you a real life product, which it's our first PAX to sell the actual game. Nice. Second PAX being here, but first to actually have the product in your hands.
Right.
Yay.
Awesome.
Yeah, congratulations. I know some of you just finished making your first games, but I have to ask, do you still have more ideas kicking around? Do you have a next game in mind?
Oh yeah, I've got too many, honestly. I'm trying to focus.
Can you tell us how many game ideas you have in mind?
I would say, listen, I have a notebook. I have ADHD, so when there's a thread we're following, I'm gonna follow it, and then I'm trying to focus on the one right now, and then I do have I guess like 2 more. I would say are probably gonna be ready by next year. So yeah, no, I have a couple.
Yeah, I feel like it's kind of hard to work on a project and not have like other things like bouncing around in the back of your head. But I'm kind of in a similar boat where I'm trying to figure out how to do something really well, like the first time through, and not get distracted or like overextend myself or my resources, especially because I designed the game, I illustrated it. I'm also like doing all of the business side of finances, marketing, making the choices of where we're going and what we're doing next. So trying to like focus on doing the right thing well, and then tackle some of those other projects when I have a little bit more free time.
Nice. Yeah, I've got a couple things in the works. So I'm kind of at my heart a board game designer, but I also do role-playing design. So as far as board games, I have one game that's already out called Meeple Party. That's a co-op about little meeples hosting a party, and I've been working on a wedding version of that, where it's a wedding, and you're seating people at tables. So that's kind of the always running idea, but like you, I run the entire business, do all of the production, all the shipping, all the cons, all the customer service, run all the Kickstarters. So I don't have the time that I would like to do, but that's kind of the one that's running mostly through my head.
For our second game, I think I mentioned it, it's called Oddware. It's a sci-fi visual novel about androids in space. And our company always likes to at least have 2 games on the docket, always being developed. And it's very hard to market Oddware next to the Big Shuffle because they are so diametrically opposed. One has no color, one has all the colors. So we've been trying to do Big Shuffle at PAX Unplugged and doing too many games, we have Oddware presenting there. And we also have a third game coming out, and it's called What's the Story of Morning Glory? And it's a VR adventure game about a girl being jettisoned to deep space. So those are our games.
Nice.
Seems like it's easy to create a whole bunch of games once you create the first one. Can you tell me a little bit about your processes for creating new games?
Yeah, so I would say that it all starts with index cards, right? And seeing if you can kind of like create a feeling. When you're starting with a game, you kind of want to see like, can you create that, sense of joy? And then you can kind of like start to change your game in order to follow that and double down on that and see how you can enhance that. And I think that's probably the most important thing. Like, start with some, pen and paper, right? Bring it to life in the most rudimentary form. It doesn't have to be perfect when you're just, starting it out. You can work out the kinks as you move along, but just get it in front of as many people as possible and just see if you can get that reaction, that buy-in, and then you can start to refine it and do more with it from there.
Yeah, I second all of that. I also feel like to build on what you were saying of like with playtesting, I feel like something that I've seen a lot of people talk about on like Facebook groups and stuff is like, how do you find playtesters? Which I think is the coolest thing about Philly. When you live in a big city, you have like endless number of playtesters if you know how to plug into it. And when we first started out, like I was going over to like friends of friends of friends' houses. Like I had no idea who these people were. I was walking in with a game ready for them to hate it. Like who knows? I don't know what kind of games they play. They just seem like marginally interested. Like my partner met people while he was getting a tattoo. They came over to our house the next weekend. So yeah, so a lot of the playtesting happened super organically and informally, which was great starting out, like just to get kind of an idea of like, what does the game want to be? What do people seem to like? And then I moved on to like more experienced and maybe more refined feedback. So going to the Unpub Hall and demoing the game there, getting involved with the Philly Game Makers Guild, where people can really point out like, this is a problem that really needs to be figured out. Like, I think you have kind of two ways you can go and figure out which way you want to go. So it was helpful to go to them at that stage for that kind of like polishing, when is it ready for, ready to go kind of feedback.
Cool. Yeah, so starting with the process, like the ideation, I guess. I'm usually a theme-first designer instead of a mechanics-first designer. And similarly, like we were saying, sometimes you have a lot of things all in your head, just kind of constantly rolling. So sometimes I'll have like a theme for a couple years in my head, and I'm like, none of these mechanics work with this. I don't really know. So when I get to the playtesting table, when it's like, oh, this makes people react the way I want them to react, that makes sense with this theme. It's really exciting. So there is a lot of that trial and error. You have to get it in front of a lot of people, and you got to get it in front of different types of players, like not just your family and not just very heavy strategy gamers either. So you can see how they react, and is that the intention of the game that you were making?
For us, we're similar too. We kind of pick a theme, or we also look for niches. So when we look for games that aren't really being made anymore, or ones we can't find any sort of reference to, and we kind of like expand upon that kind of concept. For the Big Shuffle, it was, again, we didn't see any film noir game that wasn't a whodunit on Kickstarter, so we wanted to make our own kind of aesthetic or our game design to it. And the idea was we wanted to make a film, like you're playing through a film. So it was all about these scene cards, like a who, what, and where scenario. And because everyone's always trying to change the who, what, and where, the movie kept changing scenes, just like a real movie. So we thought that was a really great synergy between both the theme and the mechanics. As for our second game, we just wanted something really kooky and weird. So we created some really, really cute character designs that eventually we land on these really silly looking androids. We're like, all right, give them distinct personalities, and let's see what happens when they're all isolated together. And we ask you a lot of philosophical questions, and it's really cute.
I think, especially with the Big Shuffle, One of the biggest things for testing is seeing people's reactions to what they can and can't do. You will learn a lot about your game when you see how people react to what they can and what they can't do. And both are very valid. I think when you get everybody's always worried about the can't. And it's like, well, just because somebody can't do something doesn't mean that there aren't other options for them to do. And if there aren't other options, well, put more options in there. But the can is that big moment of, well, I can't do this, but I can do that. Can I do this? And then you see that people, especially even running the test today, and well, not running tests, but running our demo game today, seeing people go, oh my God, can I do this? And we're like, yes, you can. And people will tell you what they're having fun doing. And if you get that, you can check that off that, okay, this is working. This is working. If people aren't talking about it or aren't talking about certain mechanics, take a look at that again.
Yep.
Silence speaks a lot.
Very good point. Yep.
Yeah, I also feel like you had touched a little bit on like kind of doing a market assessment, which I don't think like needs to be at the foundation of your design, but I do think that if you are considering self-publishing, you need to do a little bit of reality check of like, who is my audience? Are they interested in paying for this game that I think it's going to end up costing to make? Like, nobody is going to spend $80 on a gateway game. Like it just, they need it to be a lower price point. You also, like when I first started out, a lot of people were like, well, rock climbers don't play games. And I was like, are you kidding me? All of them are nerds. Like the Venn diagram is like almost 100% overlap. The ones that don't play games just haven't discovered it yet. So, but again, there was a little bit of that market research and also figuring out like, okay, if you make a game with such a specific topic, are people that play normal board games going to be interested in this theme? And like just kind of sussing out, which I think going to cons, getting it in front of as many people as possible and seeing what the reactions are and kind of that reality check of a lot of things coming together can be just really, really helpful or affirming. Yeah.
Do you mind if I jump in? Yeah, sure. So I just was playing off of that. So you mentioned Unpub, which I'm the managing director of Unpub, actually. So this comes up all the time where I hear somebody's story of, I've been working on this game for 5 years, and now this is the first time they're showing it. And it's like, oh, like this is exactly like this game. It's probably the best they're going to get. Or it's, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. And they've spent money and they've printed cards and they've hired artists. So one of the things I suggest as well is, as they say, fail faster, like get it in front of people faster. I know it's scary, but you have to do that if you really want to make a game. And waiting a bunch of years to show it to people is only going to make you feel worse because you spent all this time doing that. So that's my first thing. And then second thing is the other market research, kind of like what you did, is if you have a specific theme or mechanic, and mechanic's a little less important and theme's a little less important and if it's about like cats or space, but if it's a very niche thing, just see what's out in the market. I mean, something could release that you're not aware of, but basically, there was a time where everything was a roll and write or everything was a trick-taking game. That means it's by the time you think of it and get it out, people will kind of be done with that. So those are other things that you want to be researching.
I would like to add one thing
Yeah.
too. Is like, you're definitely right. Don't make a game in a bubble. That's a big issue. You guys ever heard of Final Fantasy 14? The launch of the game was a disaster. It was horrible. You couldn't even revive in a normal way. And the reason why it was so foreign to a lot of the players in the beta is because the team made the game in a bubble. They never even heard of World of Warcraft. When Yoshi P asked, does anyone know what World of Warcraft is? No one raised their hand. And he said, you don't go into like a city, open up a restaurant, and not ask anyone else their prices or food. You have to do your research.
It's very fair. And also just a little thing to add on, also get in front of game shops.
Yes.
You also want to sell your game to people, so a really important thing to do is make connections, find out who your LGSs are in the neighborhood, and they can also help connect you with the Game Makers Guild and other folks that can help you with playtesting. Time to talk about a little bit of the less fun part of game making. Some of us have had to adapt our business models in the past 3 years. I was wondering if you could share some things you've learned, some things you've had to change, or if nothing, we'd like to know that too.
Yeah, sorry. No. I mean, I started this business in the middle of the pandemic, so learning everything that you could possibly learn about like logistics and everything like that, going through the process of making sure that you have enough inventory this time around, because sold out last year and then didn't have any inventory. You have to be able to really figure out how to source all of everything that you need, and then also figure out like the best way in order to send it. When I first ordered my first 1,000 games, I sent it directly from my manufacturer all the way through the Panama Canal, all the way up to New York, which extended like my shipping time by 50 days, So it's like little stuff of knowing like, okay, maybe I should send it to Seattle and get it trucked from Seattle to Philly because it's just going to be a lot cheaper and faster. Working through the pandemic, you just kind of learn that you need to just be trying to get as much information, being aware of of the landscape out there at all times is and also making sure you have enough inventory to last you through the year. So that's really what I learned.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think one of the coolest things about making a game is that the community is so open with information. So something that happened during the pandemic, though, is that there was a lot of second guessing what you were hearing and doing your own independent thinking of well, that person made a game in 2018. Things are a lot different now. Prices have increased. Freight has tripled or quadrupled. Now with the impact of Brexit, it is very difficult to be a small designer and sell in Europe. There's a lot more red tape. So we had to make a very conscious choice about what advice we were going to follow, how much risk we were going to take on, because people that were making games in 2018 didn't have those same factors. So I think I think in a lot of ways it was good. It was like an opportunity to kind of prove out what our ambitions were. We had to kind of sit down and say, okay, what is our goal here? What are we trying to do? And at the end of the day, it was get it to as many people as we can with the resources we have and not break ourselves. So that did mean kind of limiting the scope of what we were going to do. We did not decide to fulfill regionally. So all of our inventory got shipped to the US instead of trying to get it all over the world, because prices were too volatile. It was changing by thousands of dollars from month to month, very difficult to predict. And we just felt like it was not, that kind of volatility was just gonna seriously impact our ability to continue selling the game. So yeah, when it went against a lot of the advice that we heard, but ultimately I think that that's just the result of where we are. I would also say, in my job, I work with fabricators really frequently, and so I'm very used to this iterative pricing process, asking multiple vendors all the time for updated pricing. And I think that can feel kind of uncomfortable or bothersome if you're not used to doing it, but it was so needed in the process, because it wasn't like I got prices 2 years ago and then when it came time to make it, I was surprised by how it had increased. Right. I had kind of been keeping up with things the whole time, getting revised pricing every 3 months, basically any time I changed something about the game. So it was more realistic when it came time to launch. And then as we changed things in the game, had a much better idea of actual costs.
That sounds helpful. Yeah, for me, I was one of those people that made games pre-COVID and then during COVID. So one of the things that was really tough was, okay, well, it cost me this in 2016 or 18, and now I need to reprint it, and now it's $4 more per unit. And oh, by the way, the shipping is going to cost like $11,000 if you ship it right now. It's like pass, So there was a lot of these crazy things that we had kind of been planning for that we had to say like scale it back or don't do it. And then the other thing that we had to pivot with, which was playing online. So what we did for all of our role playing was do many more actual play streams, and then do like twice a month private GM'd games on Zoom that people could pay for. And then we did for the board games, we made sure they were all on like Tabletopia and Tabletop Simulator, and made sure that there was avenues for people to get those so they could actually be playing them online. So that was able to keep up with things. Like I had a board game come out in November of 2020. Like it was already like being made when COVID hit. And it was the kind of game you can't play online. So unfortunately that release, the Kickstarter was successful, but then the release to retail was kind of, because a lot of retailers were closed still in November of 2020. And then the game was something you had to play in person. It was more of a party game. So you couldn't play it for a lot of the time that it originally came out. So it wasn't really until like spring of 22 or 21 that people even saw it in person. And the convention scene didn't really start up again until fall of 2021. So there was a good year of where I would have predicted that I could have sold X number of copies, and I probably sold a quarter of that. And so it was things like that that you just aren't even thinking about, that now I am always thinking about. And I'm much more aware that anything could change at any time, and I'm going to be flexible about it, and we're going to figure out a plan. And that's something that's probably good if you're starting new, because I think a lot of people kind of go, well, this is always how it was, and that is not going to be the case.
For us, we have very similar problems. I didn't know my anxiety could be that high, but it is definitely that high now all the time.
I did. I knew your anxiety.
Oh yeah, I guess he's the one that calms me down when I go a little crazy.
Your anxiety woke me up at 2 o'clock in the morning. So.
Oh, yeah, that is true. Well, you see, our manufacturing doubled, the shipping doubled, distribution doubled, tripled. It's pretty insane. We had to take so many risks and so many challenges. How do we keep this company alive? Like, example, operating $13,000 in the red. How do you deal with that? How do you move forward? How do you keep everyone paid? How to keep people connected? How to talk to your backers, assure them, or you don't even know where your ocean freight is. When the company's like, it's somewhere in the ocean, you're like, oh, well, I guess I'll tell my backers, coming soon. So,
we sent snorkels to all of the Kickstarter backers.
Oh, no.
yeah, it's a service, so. But still, we're still suffering through that. We're still figuring it out. But the wonderful thing about board games is the developers and everyone in the scene are so supportive. They understand. In fact, Tyler, you were so helpful with us meeting all these other great developers.
Yeah.
Skip had an amazing story. When we met Skip, we were at like a dev night, just meeting other independent developers in Philly, seeing who else is there. And Dev told me the most hilarious story. He was all like, all right, when I started selling our game of Capital Punishment, I went to a Trader Joe's. I had all the games in a trunk. I went, all right, who wants a game? To all the people coming out of the shop. You want some kids? I was like, this guy's got to be my friend. He's awesome.
Legend. Good legend back then.
So we try to channel his energy, and Philly Game Store has been so supportive of us and helping us through this and shouting us out. Queen and Rook has also been fantastic. They're both shops that deserve a lot of praise, and I hope you guys can check them out if you're in Philadelphia, or just support them any way you can online.
Yeah. And we actually met at Philly Game Shop.
What?
We actually met
at Philly Game
Yeah.
Shop. Yeah. And even just from what you just heard right there, you are not alone.
Right.
There's aliens. No, no, there are game shops out there that are local. They're right next to you. They're right down the road. They're a hop, skip, and a jump, right next to you. And it's amazing that if you're going through development or production nightmare where everything seems like it's falling down, I guarantee you 9 times out of 10, somebody else has gone through it
Yes.
and is willing to step up and help you deal with it and get you back on your feet. Because at the end of the day, we're all a bunch of people who love playing games and making games,
Yep.
and that's why we're here.
Yeah, and the other thing is, like you had mentioned about Brexit in Europe and the VAT taxes and stuff, when that was going on, everyone was just having the problem. Even there were people who had been in business for 20 years had no idea, and the same as you just starting out, right? So it kind of like, there was the community was like, well, what do we do about this? Oh, I don't know. My guy told me this. My accountant told me this. I heard this. Look at this website. And kind of as a group effort, everybody kind of worked together to find out what the heck are we supposed to do if we ever ship anything and sell anything in England, you know? So in another ways, if something pops up, there's always probably someone having that same issue at the same time. Yeah.
Also, if you have if there's no holiday going on where you're making the game, check to see where your production is at. They might have a holiday on that day.
They might.
My God, that happens to us so many times. They didn't talk to us for a whole week. Why? We were on holiday. Like,
We're on holiday. And you're like, which holiday? You're suddenly looking up all these holidays.
Right, we're globalized now. We have to think about everyone's holidays.
Yes.
But it does seem like we're kind of leading into a topic I want to talk about, which is how community has kind of helped us weather the storm. I think that's been really important here in Philly in particular. I know we started to talk about it a little bit, but if you could all share about how community made or broke, but didn't break, obviously, made or broke your success in the last few years, especially in the Philly region.
Oh man, I would say it's absolutely essential. Like, if I didn't meet everybody at Philly Game Shop when you guys had to come meet local Philly board game makers, who would I talk to about this? Like, honestly, because you really are dealing with these unique problems and challenges that no one really is going to understand except for the people that are kind of going through similar things. And I know for me, it's been good because some of these people have talked me off the ledge about like whether I'm making a wrong decision or like maybe I'm doing too much too soon or not enough. And it's that type of community, and also like just being around people that love board games and just like good company and good times. That's so like important and wholesome, and it's a great feeling that will keep you motivated and keep you going. So I gotta say, like it's been everything, honestly.
Yeah, I agree. I'm like one of those people that when I hear if there's like a list of 15 positive things and then one negative thing, I'm only going to focus on the negative thing and like get very upset about it. So I agree. Like sometimes when I'm like getting down about an issue, I'm like, all I have to do is play the game with people, because like I know that is gonna get me like fired back up again, like psych level recharge. Like I know that will save me from my self despair. But yeah, so I feel like it's absolutely essential to get plugged into a community to like keep you going, but I think also to like help you get to where you're going. We before our Kickstarter, we talked to one of my friends who's he does a lot of marketing and digital marketing, and he was like, honestly, a lot of our strategy is just organic. Like he worked for a big global company, and he's like, you should, you guys are indie developers, like what can you tap into without spending any money? And when we heard that, we were like, yes, that's what we're gonna try to do. So before our campaign, we just had this idea of ambassadors. Just, does anyone want to be an ambassador? We sent them posters. We asked them to tell people about the campaign. It's kind of like, feels ridiculous, but it's like, this is what we have that is free, or, posters aren't very expensive. And it worked. Like, I cannot tell you how many people have told me that they saw a poster about this. Like, how did that, or a postcard, how did that work? But it did, and it like got people talking about this thing in places that we couldn't reach ourselves or can't afford to reach, through things that cost a lot of money. So I think, just asking people for help was like, even with figuring out like a lot of the things on the business side, I felt like the Board Game Design Lab Facebook group has been very, very helpful. People are like chatting it up all the time. And the Philly Game Makers Guild, just getting plugged into a group of people that are active and making games right here.
Awesome. So since COVID, I haven't really been able to come down to any of the Game Makers Guild things, but I think it started in 2015 or 2016, and I was like, on the ground floor, going every week or month, whatever it was. And I have tons of friends, so you guys are gonna probably stay friends for a long time. Tons of friends from there that are like, they come to like all of our parties and stuff now. Like they are like a close friend from meeting at that Game Makers Guild. I've also been able to see them grow and us grow together in different ways, or things that work better for them, that better for us, and we can talk about that. So that's like the really awesome part of this. Like we're 7-ish years later, and it's like, wow, look where everyone got to. And the ones who were like, this isn't for me, or like, cool, good job for you. Like some of them realized that wasn't really the path they wanted to take, and that's totally fine. But that crowd, is still around. We can still bounce things off each other, just from our local community. And then all of these Discords and Facebook groups have popped up, and they're very active. I mean, you go into the Discord and you haven't been in it for like 4 days, it's like, I'm just gonna give up on that. But I mean, if you need to know something and you're like, this is actually like a decision, I shouldn't just drop $1,000 without checking with people, like pop into one of those groups, and you probably should be in them anyway, just to get the connections. But I have found that they're all very helpful, very nice, and unlike a thing like Reddit, they're not crapping on you about what you're trying to do. They're just like, cool, you want to make that? Here, so that's always really nice.
Yeah, I also agree that the Discord groups are amazing. I really love being able to talk to a developer directly, getting like into their mind, why did they make this decision? Can you help me out? Is this thing broken? How does this thing kind of work? And their communities are really awesome too, and there's a lot of cross-pollination between Discord groups too, and I just love that directness. Also, in terms of just like community too, you can create connections with like manufacturing and production and distribution you may not have thought of before, because those are very mysterious things to a lot of people. And when you first start out, you have no idea who to talk to, who's actually good. Because as soon as you start a Kickstarter, by the way, you'll get spammed of distributors or, hey, I can increase your social media, I can create your SEO, I can do both those things, I can do all these magical things. My website looks like it was made in, I don't know, what, Microsoft Word, and you're like, trust me, we have 10,000 Kickstarters or whatever, but don't trust them. So, yeah.
So to anybody who has tried to get a D&D group together to meet every single week, you understand exactly what production is like. But again, one of the most amazing things is your local game shops. They're there. They're there every week. You have a place, a physical spot to go, not, oh, we can't go to this person's house, we can't go to this person's house. But also, over the last few past years, with the whole pandemic, we've found new ways as communities to keep in touch, to stay in touch. Like your production doesn't have to stop just because people can't physically touch the game. We had dabbled, when we started the Big Shuffle, one of the things we had done was got it on, because we couldn't really physically play it with a lot of people, we got it up on Tabletop Simulator. And we had it doing testing rounds and playing the game on there, just playing it there. So it was being played and people could see it, and we started streaming. We streamed some live games too. So like, also keep in mind, we're making a 1940s film noir card game, which is the niche of the niche. It's not like there's a huge grand community out there for that specific style of game, but there is a community out there that loves games in general. And when you hear about our niche little product, it kind of sounds a little weird at first, but then, especially like at the con, when you see somebody dressed up as a 1940s character, you're like, hey, I remember that. Wait, are you guys those guys? Yeah, we are those guys. And it starts connecting you to these so many different people who, I really like 1940s stuff. I really like your outfit. I love this game. It's a fun game. And you'll find your community if you're there to be, if you're visible. Be visible, get yourself out there. People will find you. People will find you.
Yeah, I just want to add in, if you're going to make a game and you're genuinely excited about the game, someone else is too. There's obviously people out there in the world that will like this too. And by putting it out there, that's welcoming them to come in and be like, this is awesome, I love this, you know, and then you can start connecting. I don't know how many times this weekend that has happened where people were like, oh my God, I need this game, I'm so excited, you know, and I mean, A, that feels really good, but B, it's necessary you put yourself out there for them to see that. Yeah.
Yeah, and just kind of touching on what everyone's been saying. See your game shop as a community space too. We're not just stores, but if you're sitting down and spending hours with your friends in a place, you're in community right then and there. And also to touch on what Kate mentioned about using resources that don't cost you any money. I'm paying the rent on the game shop space, so you can let me pay the bills to shine light on your signs and on your Kickstarters and to talk about your games as well. So we can provide resources you wouldn't necessarily consider. Getting in touch is helpful in so many ways.
I've actually filmed Kickstarter videos at your store too.
And I may recommend it to those who are considering it in the future, yes. And we're open for future appointments.
I also want to say really quickly, you have the most amazing bathroom in your shop.
That's true. It's
like
a very good
Victorian
bathroom.
style. It's like something you see in a fantasy novel.
So if you don't like games, but you like nice bathrooms, go to Philly Game Shops. There you
Hey.
go.
We got both. And we call it the throne room for what it's worth. Thank you. Thank you for appreciating me in the front row. I would like to just kind of walk away from that terrible joke now and try to ask everyone about what is unique about Philly, about making games here in Philly in your experience, about the creators, about the designers, about the players, about the community.
I mean, I'm from Philly, born and raised, right? Yeah, I see you. I think the best part about Philly that most people outside of Philly don't really understand is just like how diverse it is when you're talking about like socioeconomics or even diversity of ethnic background and things like that. And I think that gives us like a certain lens, or the way that I look at how my games are and what my games are made for, are to kind of provide like this idea of or provide conversations that come from all different sides of every imaginable background. And I think Philly offers that, but it's also like, I always say this to anybody who's not from here, Philly's a big little town. You know what I mean? So like, it's a big city technically, right? But if you've been here, you know that it's kind of small, but it's in the good way, you know, like and I think that allows things to like fostering community building, you know, like you're gonna run. I met somebody at a game development conference just before I came here, like 2 weeks ago, and I saw him in the middle of the street when I'm walking by. Like, you're just gonna be running into people and like, you know, talking to people and like making all these friends that you're gonna run into again and again and again. And you know, you can call on them and rely on them when it comes time when you're like, hey, I would like you to try out my game, and they're gonna be willing to do it. Philly's a lot of like, it's the city of brotherly love, and nothing else I can really say there. So I'm gonna let it go.
Yeah, I feel like, yeah, something, I totally agree that like Philly is just a small city. I'm like still running into people I did jury duty with and like I say hi. I also feel like something that is so cool about Philly, besides having PAX like in our backyard, which is amazing to have all of these resources right here, but we're also geographically situated within so many people that are a drive away. If you are willing to go to New York one day or go to DC one day, make connections at local game shops, or like we did a lot of demos at gyms that again did not cost us anything besides gas, but to get the word out during our Kickstarter, because you're gonna find you kind of like run out of the people that you know. Like, they already know about your Kickstarter. Let's try to meet people beyond the city. It is so easy. Like, we're very, very lucky that that those places are pretty easy to get to, and there's a lot of people there and a lot of different places to go.
Yeah, very good point about like the geographic, which I wasn't even thinking about. It's like, yeah, you can get from pretty much Boston to like Virginia in a day very easily. So one of the things that I have found that is great about it is for going to other conventions like PAX East or New York Comic Con, it's like I don't have to like fly or ship a whole bunch of product. Like it can be economical, which can get you in front of more people because you can actually afford to go to these other conventions, which you just cannot do if you have to fly and have a hotel room and everything else. The other thing is, and I know we probably all know this if you're from Philly, is people think Philly or people are mean, but they are not. We're just like rough and blunt, I guess. I don't know, and we're honest, right? But that's good because then you end up getting the feedback you actually need, and of course then making an amazing connection for probably a long time. So I know when people move into Philly and I just moved here, I'm in the Game Makers Guild, and they're like, are people like, it's kind of like this one guy was kind of saying this, and we're like, oh, no, he was just saying that to like mess with you, or he was just saying this to help you, and it's like, oh, okay, but they're from the Midwest, and they're like, people don't talk like that, you know? So it's one of those things that when you get new GMG people, you might be hearing about that, and I always think that's funny to see the reaction to Philly, but I super appreciate it. Of course, also grew up here. My husband also grew up here, so we're very used to it, but I really appreciate that, and I also like seeing how many Philly people are getting excited about board games and role-playing games. Like in the last 10 years, it's like grown insane.
One word I would describe Philadelphia as, and specifically the Philadelphia developers, scrappy. We're very, very adaptive. There's a lot of us, but recently, just 3 weeks ago, we created something called the Fellowship of Philly Games, and it's a coalition of developers, institutions like universities like UPenn, Drexel, Moore School of Arts, Temple, etc., and also students and shops like the Philly Game Shop and Queen and Rook. We all had to meet up because in the end of the day, we realized something. We're all islands. We're all suffering the same problems. We have networks all alone, but we're stronger together. This isn't a zero-sum game. No one has to suffer. Everyone can rise together. And the thing is that we realized there's no major AAA studio or a huge studio in Philadelphia. Why isn't there?
Right.
So we want to try to retain talent in Philadelphia instead of always having to go to the West Coast. Let's always go on the West Coast. But we want to find really quality products, companies, just create a presence, make our own scene here, and grow it. And the reason why previously Pluto even exists in the first place was to do that, specifically that, make a studio known in our city, even if it's super weird.
Yeah, to kind of jump on what he said, yeah, Philly is such a, it's a place where indies can thrive, not get gobbled up by bigger people.
Yep.
And that is so rare to find these days. Like so many studios, and don't get me wrong, like more power to you. If EA or some big publisher wants to give you millions of dollars to make your game, I mean, go for it. We'll cheer you along the way. But Philly has, like you said, shown resilience for the indie scene, which not just means that, not just for indie as it is as a whole, but that also means that it's also welcoming to anybody and everybody. You can make a game. Yes, you. I'm talking to you. You. Because all it takes to make a game and become an indie developer is have an idea and follow through with it. And you have tons of people here at Philly that want to help you do that. One of the things I've always loved is that Philly kind of fits the Goldilocks zone, where you have like New York and California, where they're the big name stuff. Everything's big there. But then you will get lost as something small. And then you have some other places where it's nobody, you just don't find anybody else. Philly is your chance to make a scene and be with other people who want to help you do it. It really is that Goldilocks zone of helping indies.
Yeah, and Philadelphians are like a proud city. They're like, we're not New York, we're not Boston, we're not Chicago. So like just a random player person who has no idea board game designers or companies are here are going to be excited, right? And they're going to be like, you're from here, you made this. And I'm sure you see this happen all the time in your store when there's the Philly section and people are like, all these people live here. And then that even builds your community, even though without that further out level, you kind of need that ripple, like your close friends or your ambassadors. Then you've got your next level. Then you've got I heard of this. Hey, there's a couple of local companies, and that's what really builds the whole entire marketing scheme to actually get you to be that next level.
Yeah. I mean, and shout out to like PAX and the fact that, I mean, this is my first PAX. It's the company's second PAX. Also, first year for us to have the product. Yeah.
Booth number? I'm kidding.
3932.
All right, 3932. But like one of the most awesome things and experiences for me being at PAX for my first time is the fact that we have our booth and we're getting people that come to our booth and check us out. And like freaking 4 blocks, not in the street, but 4 blocks in PAX is like the Pokemon company, the largest franchise on the planet. And people are still giving us just as much respect and time because, you know, we're putting ourselves out there and they're giving us just as much respect and time as they would these larger other companies. Because you're in Philly, where are you gonna find another 1940s film? So yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, it really seems like Philly loves an underdog, right? And what else is a
I've heard that.
Kickstarter game, an indie Kickstarter game?
I
but
mean,
an
I already
underdog?
walked up a lot of steps just to get up to this level.
That's true.
We did it.
Show of hands. So, generally, show of hands, would y'all recommend making games in Philly to the folks here today?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
definitely.
generally? Any pieces of advice that you wish you had when you first started out here that you'd like to leave the audience with?
I would say, listen, just it doesn't have to be perfect when you're starting. You know what I mean? Just go through with it and, you know, keep following that thread. And eventually when you refine it, it'll get to the point where you want it to be. But I think a lot of people are too scared to fail. But, you know, failing is just part of the process. So you just got to keep on going. And that would be my recommendation for anyone trying to start out, because there's a lot of different, I mean, I'll say this, you're going to run into a lot of situations where you lose, but then you get that major victory. You know what I mean? And those are the things, like you'll lose a lot and then you'll get that one major thing, and that one major thing is going to carry you on to the next thing. So the most important thing is probably not to get discouraged and to understand, like, when you go this route, you know, you have to understand that you're choosing the challenging route, that there's going to be obstacles, right? It's not going to be easy, but once you accept that you've decided to take that route, you know, and accept the challenges for what they are, like, you can start to remove those obstacles and enjoy more of those successes. So.
Yeah, I feel like probably the most practical piece of advice is to get in front of people that have made games sooner. I think that would have like shortened my process a little bit. I was just kind of, yeah, people just give more refined feedback, whether that's like with the Game Makers Guild or play testing online at conventions with people that are like dedicated enough to go to an online board game convention. But I also feel like the comment about like having a support system and people there to help you with challenges. This is, if you're thinking about self-publishing a game, like, yes, you can kind of do everything, but you probably shouldn't. Like, it's so much better to have a partner, and it might not be one person. Like, you might be kind of like, this friend is going to be my emotional support animal for this journey. Like, this other person, I know that they have a lot of knowledge in this area. I know that they'll be able to help me with the Facebook ads. This person, I know they know things about making videos. Like, figure out who is going to kind of be on your team, even if it's like in an unofficial capacity. Yeah. You need that.
Yeah, one of the things I was going to say was not doing as much as you think you have to do. Like on the first Kickstarter, promising like too many stretch goals and then being like, now I have to make all these things, like, you know, that kind of thing. Like, and also not overrunning yourself. Like, again, you're worrying about money, you're thinking about these things, you're like, I can just do it all. But it's like, you're also probably working full time, and you also have like family and other things that you want to do, you know, and it ends up being like, oh, I just spent my entire weekend working on this. The one thing that does happen is when I did that, and then I was like, I loved doing that. That's probably was a good sign that maybe I should do that full time and this should be my company, you know, but it was one of those things where it is gonna be a lot of your time if you take that on. And sometimes being a game designer is not being a publisher, okay? And you really need to decide if you just wanna be a designer and you do not wanna do any of the business and the marketing. That is a very different thing than I think what we're all doing. We're all kind of doing our own company and doing all of the other work. So if you are thinking, I only want to do designer, obviously GMG is amazing, Unpub's amazing, and one of the things I do for Unpub is hook publishers up with designers to get games signed. So if you are in that boat, I suggest subscribing to Unpub and hearing about their events. That's my point for that.
My suggestion is don't become too obsessive. Obsessive over small details. Everyone makes mistakes, right? So, and this guy knows all of my anxiety rants all the time. Like example, in our Kickstarter, we promised posters, right? And I'm like, oh, posters, and I didn't realize I said full movie-size posters. Those are huge. Those are 24 by 36-inch posters. You know how much that costs to send? You know how much it costs to send to England? You know how much it costs? I have to send it to the UAE. It's insane, $89. I'm like, it's a $15 poster. Why am I doing this? And you get so obsessed with that loss, and then you realize that it's already been done. It's time to move on to the next issue, and work with your team. Like, he always tells me over and over again to delegate tasks. I can't do everything myself. You know, I'm a designer, I'm an artist, I'm a developer, and I do management and business. I do all these kind of things. But I have a team. I have people that support me. They want to help. You don't have to do it all on your own. You have to trust in them, that they'll be there to be able to do those tasks, and that they're professionals too, and then that will make you a stronger team. You can do a lot more when you know that you have people at your back.
Yeah, very true. And for a lot of people who are just getting started, when you hear about, oh, you have people, a lot of people's first thought is, how do I pay those people? Well, I'm gonna tell you first, passion is payment too, and then money is also payment too. But if you find people who are passionate about helping you, they'll see you to the end. You get the right people, they'll see you to the end because they know that it's a passion project and they want to be a part of it. And then, you know, money comes later. Money comes when you get to PAX, then people pay for it. But honestly, you can't sell a product that doesn't exist. Get your game, get it something, show it to people, get it in front of people, and then look for people to help you take it the next step.
And for me, I like to hire oddballs. That's my jam. If you're really weird, I'm like, oh, let's see your skills. For example, 4 of our team members are actors. Why would I need actors in a game development company? Who knows? The point is that they're creative, they're charismatic, they bring people in, they're great for voice work, they're great for live events, and they've done gangbusters at the convention. There's this old man that came to our booth and bought our game just because he liked the actor's pitch. He was just like, I like that guy, I like the cut of that guy's jib. I'm like, great. Thanks for the sale.
Also, and there's 2 other people that work with us, they're Canadian, but we don't hold that against them. So.
Yeah, that's their job title.
It's Canadian. That's their job title.
Thank you so much, everyone. Can we get a little round of applause for these fabulous devs? They are so awesome. We didn't quite save time for questions, but I imagine you all could come up and say hi after. And thank you so much for coming to see us today. We appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.